obnoxious non-monetary trade barriers of any country. Also, they have always bought a vast majority of their military equipment from Russia, and also are Russia's largest buyer of energy along with China. So they're sort of putting the blame on India for a lot of these problems across the world, but it will have to be seen what Indian authorities say on this, because there have been this tit for tat on these statements from all the sides that why does India buy oil and other things from Russia? India has given many statements saying that India needs to buy oil because there are lesser avenues on the global stage. So India has the need that it has been trying to figure out. So that will have to be seen. So the Trump's statement clearly putting the blame on India, and this is a big surprise for both the sides, because as I mentioned, there had been many positive statements coming from both the sides, from US Trade Representative to India's Business Minister Piyush Goyal. They had met many times in the last 5 months, and many positive statements had come, but Trump has given this bombshell of a statement now.
All right, I think what makes this particularly significant is that this is, as I see it, no longer just about the entire trade issue. The moment you've got Trump hitting out at India for the majority of our military equipment being from Russia, and number two, hitting out at India for our continued import of oil from Russia, from energy from Russia, and therefore they would imply a tax over and above that 25%. That's unlikely to work for India, right? So could you just reflect for us how the foreign minister has gone around the world saying that there is no way anybody is going to pressurize us on our energy requirements and imports?
That's exactly right. And as Jaishankar, as you mentioned rightly, has gone across the globe and talked about this problem that India has to buy oil from Russia and has to buy equipment, military equipment from Russia. So this is non-negotiable, and many countries support this India's sort of non-alignment strategy of having good relations with almost all countries across the globe, be it US, be it Russia, to some extent even China. We have big businesses with China. So that will have to be seen what Trump has to say to that now, because that will be the argument that India will make, that India needs these businesses to stay afloat and to have these big deals, big military deals, and in this day of wars spreading across the globe, India will have to have this strong stance. And even though Trump has gone on to sort of squarely blame India for a lot of these conflicts, Indian side will definitely come up with even a stronger statement, and Trump will definitely face the flak from Indian side.
All right, I think the point that we need to keep reflecting on is that this goes beyond trade, it affects the relationship. We've got reactions as well coming in. We've got our correspondent Natasha who will be joining us in a moment. We've also, who do we have at the moment? We've got Rishabh from NDTV Profit joining us. Rishabh, India and the United States have been negotiating a trade deal now for several months. There's an American delegation expected to have arrived. There was signs of very strong breakthroughs taking place, but now Trump goes and announces this. Where does that leave the trade deal?
Right, Vishnu, what this means is essentially the fact that an interim trade deal has not been made. That was something that was on the mind of both sides starting July 9th, which is when the first tariff deadline was. That was then extended to August 1st, and now an interim trade deal is not made, but the first tranche of this bilateral trade agreement that was agreed upon in February, that is what is currently also being negotiated. The deadline for that is October, but till then, there is this temporary tariff that Indian exporters have been hit with. This is higher than what was expected. We expected somewhere between 10 and 20%, given the fact that India was one of the first countries to actually have reached out to the US, and the two of them started negotiating. But this is one of the first, this is a slightly higher tariff. Also, this puts us at some sort of tariff disadvantage vis-a-vis other manufacturing economies like Vietnam Philippines, Indonesia, all of them have been able to eke out better deals at about 19% or 20%
We're just going
tariffs.
to NDTV Profit and carry tracking this story very closely. Let's just take a look at what's happening.
Been going on is this kind of a unilateral, unceremonious announcement of what the tariff figure is. Sanjana, as of this morning, we were talking about a figure between 20 to 25%.
Right.
And that also was not something that, would have been ideal, because before that, the conversation was 10 to 15%. If you can give 15% to the European Union, why not to India?
Absolutely.
Was the question. Here you've come with 25%. Plus a penalty, which we don't know what that penalty amount is.
Absolutely. And I think it's also hitting where it hurts because of the entire run-up to this. Let's remember that the Indian delegation has in fact visited the United States not just once but twice. There was also conversations around the US delegation coming to India to continue these negotiations. So really the question now we're trying to understand is what happens of those negotiations. Last night we did in fact bring you the news of it could be 20 to 25%. That's what sources were in fact telling us. But now we're getting the news that, Trump not just saying it in an official statement, but coming out on Truth Social.
It's quite offensive for him to call our policies obnoxious. I mean, yes, we shouldn't be surprised because this is what Trump speak now looks like. But I'm going to go across to Rishabh Bhatnagar, my colleague who's been tracking the story very, very carefully. Rishabh, you've been speaking since this morning on the various scenarios that could play out. I think this is worse than the worst.
Right, Tamanna, this is a tariff that is not expected. This is slightly on the higher side. What most people were expecting was somewhere around 10 to 20% tariff. That would put us somewhere around what other manufacturing economies like Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Philippines, they've been able to hammer out as part of negotiations with the US. But clearly, 5 in-person rounds of negotiations since February, a 6th one that is scheduled for August 25th. But clearly an interim deal not reached between the two sides. There is a 25% tariff now that Indian exporters will have to face. That is something that will put us at a temporary disadvantage versus other manufacturing economies. So that is what we're gathering so far.
Stay on with us, Rishabh. I'm going to go across to Ajay Bagga, who has been actually going through this story with us through its various twists and turns. Mr. Bagga, your first response to, frankly, what is an obnoxious post? I think that's the only way to describe it. 25% plus more. Now, what is this more?
No. See, he's done it to everybody from Japan to European Union, even Australia, which has an FTA with them, or Korea, which has an FTA. He's put a 25% unilateral tariff. So this is like, on expected lines. We should not feel humiliated by this. It's okay. 5 rounds of negotiations have happened. Apart from the obnoxious language he used, when Prime Minister Modi was there with him in the White House, where he said India is a tough negotiator and India has a lot of non-tariff barriers. Mostly we have got away lightly because we were working very hard on backstage with them. But this is a letdown, Tamanna, because our team came back 2 weeks back after the 5th round. And then they said in the middle of August, we will send the US team to negotiate. So what we were conjecturing that probably they will let the tariffs run. And in September, Trump might be coming to India for the Quad meeting. He will want to sign a BTA himself. So maybe he's pushing it for a large agreement. But today is a negotiation tactic where he's thrown a maximalist position, he's thrown an outlier position, 25%, and he's talked about 100% if you buy Russian oil. So let's see whether he comes on that or not. We'll have to check that out. But we have to now go with this. This is a price.
All right, big story that we are tracking here on NDTV. Donald Trump's unilateral announcement of 25% plus penalties as tariff against India, which will be applicable from August 1st. What does this mean? We'll decode all that. But first, just listen in to what Donald Trump, in fact, said while announcing these tariffs. He has put out a post on Truth Social as well, and he has also spoken about this. That listen into President of the United States announcing the 25% plus penalties on India.
Is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%. Is that what you're tracking, or what do you think the rate will be for India?
That they are going to pay 25%.
Yeah, that India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%.
Yeah, I think so. Look, India's they're my friends, and he's my friend. And, you know, they ended the war with Pakistan at my request, and that was great. And Pakistan did also. You know. India's been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years. But now I'm in charge, and you just can't do that.
My colleague Vishnu Shom also here in the studio with me. Vishnu, there is no other way to, in fact, describe this but a very unilateral, in fact, a blow as far as this entire, negotiations and this announcement of the tariff is concerned from Donald Trump.
No, Ankit, it's more than just a blow for tariffs. I think we are now well beyond that tariffs phase. If Trump says that there are going to be tariffs over and above 25% because of India's continued import of Russian oil, plus references to India's continued import of Russian weaponry, one of the largest in the world, that's factually correct. But that affects the nature of the relationship itself. And it is just such a disappointment that at a time when India and the United States were on the verge of getting a really substantive trade deal done, intense speculation about whether this would be a mini deal leading up to a mega deal, whether India would ensure that our concerns, for example, in dairy and agriculture were protected, and the sense that that relationship where we've seen incredible growth, whether it's semiconductors, whether it's AI, whether it's weapon systems, whether it's green tech, whether it's all sorts of technology, whether it's cutting edge technology, all of it has been built on decades of work. When I started covering international and defense and all of that, 30 years ago, India and America didn't have anything in terms of a strategic relationship. It went through a negotiation where there were documents which were negotiated for years. They were called foundational agreements. Those foundational agreements defined the nature of that strategic relationship. Yes, there have been problems, but both sides have said that, look, we'll figure it out, we'll work it out. Nothing gets beyond the fact that we are the closest partners. But if now America decides to unilaterally impose a 25% tariff, that of course is something that Trump has done with other countries in the world, and then say there will be an additional amount for your imports of energy from Russia, then that puts India in a terrible position.
Yes.
Because the foreign minister, Dr. Jaishankar, has traveled around the world and he's made it very clear India's position with regard to the import of oil is autonomous. We are not bound by anyone, and there are huge double standards when it comes to that, particularly with European nations who also in the past have relied on Russia.
But, Vishnu, coming to that itself, so these tariffs and the announcement, in fact, the way it has been announced unilaterally by Donald Trump on Truth Social, and of course, you heard that soundbite as well, it is just not about trade and economics. It is also a strategic message being sent, like you pointed out, on buying oil from Russia, and Russia being a steadfast partner as far as India is concerned.
You know what, Ankit? It's not just that soundbite. That soundbite which we just heard is a small part.
Yeah.
What he's actually got out on Truth Social is, it's, some would say, obnoxious.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm going to read that out for our viewers. Remember, while India is our friend, we have over the years done relatively little business with them because their tariffs are far too high, among the highest in the world. They have the most strenuous and obnoxious non-monetary trade barriers of any country. So he used the word obnoxious as well. Also, they've always bought a vast majority of their military equipment from Russia and are Russia's largest buyer of energy, along with China, at a time when everyone wants Russia to stop the killing in Ukraine. All things not good. India will therefore be paying a tariff of 25% plus a penalty for the above, starting on the 1st of August. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I mean, there couldn't have been, it's
classic Donald Trump, and coming out.
He says something in the morning and then he changes his mind. There's an American delegation expected over here in India in a couple of days.
What kind of friendship
talk about
is this?
Trade.
I mean, you start with Modi is my friend, India is my friend,
and then 25%
plus penalties.
Plus penalties, which we don't know.
We don't even know what these penalties are.
Politically, and I'm sorry, I'm just terribly buzzed about this piece of news. It's unreal. It comes, and look at the timing of this. All of this comes at a time when there is an intense debate in Parliament where the opposition has hit out at the government and has accused the government of towing the line of the Americans and bringing Op Sindoor to an end. I think there have been references by the Congress party, perhaps Rahul Gandhi, where he said, wait for this trade agreement to come through from America and then you'll see whether it's actually successful for India or not. And now Trump has read India the Riot Act. The question for India is this, and this is important. Will there be a knee-jerk reaction? Is India going to react to everything that Donald Trump has to say? Or are we going to bide our time, understand or believe, if indeed we do, that the basis of the relationship with America is fundamentally sound, that there are those on both sides of the political divide in America who value this relationship, who understand the work that's gotten into this relationship, who understand the significance of India being a counterweight to China. We are a counterweight to China, but certainly that's something we need America's assistance on. And then something like this happens. So India will have to either react forcefully to this, along the lines of what we have been saying about our energy imports, perhaps be very cautious and not get into very harsh statements, because then Donald Trump ends up reacting again.
And it's also forcing India's hand in a way. I mean, you will have to react because of the way Donald Trump is trying to negotiate in a maximalist-like of a position that he has put out this unilateral statement as well. And like you were talking about politics domestically as well, this is going to be a very, very big issue. Remember, the Parliament is already going on. Yesterday, there was so much mention of Donald Trump, opposition's attack on the government, and it comes right at the time when the government had said, that there has been no intervention. At the time when Donald Trump comes out with this kind of a statement, it is going to give them a renewed ammunition as far as the current session of the Parliament is also concerned. Let me very quickly at this moment go across to Congress Member of Parliament, Mr. Dipender Hooda. He was one of the speakers yesterday from the Congress side. We are getting the first reaction of an opposition MP on this. Mr. Hooda, thank you for speaking to us. Let me start by asking you, sir, Donald Trump, the US president, has just announced 25% tariff plus penalties, a unilateral announcement by the President of the United States. How do you see this, announcement by the President of the United States, given that the Congress party has been, in fact, today Rahul Gandhi also spoke about this in the morning?
See, if you look at what we have been saying, the government needs to put a strong foot forward as far as America is concerned. The government's diplomacy, foreign policy is at the moment not very clear when it comes to America. And it happened in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. After Operation Sindoor, the kind of decisive victory that our forces were able to deliver for us, unfortunately the government has not been able to deliver the same kind of diplomatic victory on the global stage. Not one country openly condemned Pakistan, and when it comes to America, the whole issue about American president announcing the ceasefire himself before the ceasefire was announced by our government on the Twitter, and repeating the claim 30 times continuously ever since, is something which has to be completely unacceptable to the Indian government.
No, but Mr. Hooda, Vishnu here.
But the Indian...
Mr. Hooda, Vishnu here, just one or two key points.
Our Prime Minister has not come out and condemned the statement or denied the statement openly by taking name of America or President Trump.
No, but the Foreign Minister has categorically denied this on the floor of the House, that America was responsible in some way for ending Op Sindoor. In fact, it was the Pakistanis who came to the table. There was a categorical mention of this from the foreign minister today. This is the way it's always been reported. But my question to you, sir, is not about Op Sindoor, because what we are looking at now is beyond Op Sindoor. Donald Trump has now said, number one, there will be 25% tariffs on India, and number two, over and above that, there will be more tariffs because we continue to import Russian oil. Therefore, sir, how does the Congress react to what many would say is bullying from America?
Is unacceptable. Just like the unilateralism in him declaring the ceasefire and equating India with Pakistan. See, that's where what the point I was coming at it, where government has fumbled as far as America is concerned. You did not take a strong enough stand directly. See, our Prime Minister should have denied what Trump was saying, because when the head of a state is saying and making certain claims, and that to 30 times, and our head of the state and our Prime Minister is not directly denying that or condemning it and saying that it is unacceptable to India that you keep on saying this, that itself puts us in a difficult, if you look at what message is going at the world stage, and the same President of America is dining with Asif Munir, who's the sargana of all these terrorists, and the same America, their general is calling Pakistan their best friend when it comes to counter-terrorism or operations. And in every breath they are equating India and Pakistan. For this has been going on for 3 months. And now this about coming to the trade. See, I've been always pro-trade. I've been always pro-business. But you know, if one of the things I said in Parliament, I don't know if you picked on that, I said कि अब डिप्लोमेसी से बात करके या तो डोनाल्ड का मुंह बंद कराओ, या समय आ गया कि हिंदुस्तान में मैकडोनल्ड को बंद कराओ, एज इन मैकडोनल्ड बीइंग द सिंबल ऑफ अमेरिकन enterprise, American business. McDonald's is the symbol and iconic company of America. My point was that they cannot take us lightly. India is 11 times bigger economic power than Pakistan. They are equating us. India is one of the topmost economies in the world today.
How do you think, Mr. Huda, the government should respond to this? Do you think that the government now needs to take
it is not that we will only be affected.
Take a very strong position, because this is almost forcing India into a corner.
Chinese
25%
held their ground.
Is among the highest.
The Mexicans held their ground.
The Americans
Brazilians held their ground.
Argentinians
held their ground. Canadians held their ground. Why we are stronger economy than most of the names that I've just mentioned.
Huda, we get your point.
We are larger economy. We are one of the largest markets in the world.
I know there's a bit of a delay in this thing, but Mr.
why
Huda,
we have not been able to hold our ground, be it in the aftermath of Operation
Huda, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, okay, no, sir. There's a bit of a delay, but I think the point that Ankit was mentioning is important. How do you expect India to respond?
See, as far as if you are dealing with such a government and such a president, he may be president of US, but he is nobody to us. America, we would like America as a friend nation. Last 2 decades, our relation with America have seen a lot of improvement, but we have held our ground much before. If you look at what happened in 1971, when we were going for a confrontation and a war with Pakistan, America said that they're going to send their 7th fleet, President Nixon said, to Dhaka, and our then Prime Minister said that, okay, you're welcome to send, but by the time your fleet arrives in 20 days, it will not be Pakistani army, but Indian army which will welcome you in Dhaka. We were much smaller economy at that point of time compared to America. America was one of the tallest superpowers. It is a much multipolar world that we live in today, but still we held our ground. Because a nation's Atma Samman, Swabiman, is something that needs to be protected, the pride, the honor of our country at all costs. And it is not, I'm not talking partisan only. America tried to stop us from conducting nuclear tests, both during the time of Indira ji and during the time of Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. But we never backed down. We held our ground. Then our relations started improving with the turn of the century, and over the successive governments saw that improvement to the extent that after 26/11, and that's where I'm saying, I'm bringing this, after 26/11, American President Obama came to Delhi, and in a joint parliamentary session where I was also present in the Central Hall of the old Parliament building, the Samvidhan Stha, he declared open support for India and said Pakistan is sheltering these terrorists and giving them safe havens, and that will not be tolerated by the international community. And immediately after that, Pakistan was blacklisted in FATF.
Mr. Huda, if you allow me to ask you a question, sir, because
out of that
the Treasury benches usually accuse the opposition. The Treasury benches accuse the opposition of not being constructive enough in their suggestions to the government while dealing with any situation. Can I then ask you, sir, as a leader, senior leader of the opposition party, how should the government respond to this? Because it will also be seen as Donald Trump trying to force some negotiating tactics. It's a negotiation tactic because a team of Americans is coming to India. Before that, he's trying to make all this so that he can put some pressure as far as the negotiation on the trade tariffs are concerned with America.
See, I think what needs to be made clear to Mr. Trump that India cannot be bullied. India cannot be arm twisted. We are a sovereign, proud nation. And what needs to be made clear to him is that India and US relation has seen ups and downs, and while we would like to be friends, but it will be important for us to protect our interest and pride also. And government of India should decide as a member of opposition, and more so as an Indian. I will request the government to be clear. या तो इनको आंख दिखाओ या हाथ मिलाओ, और ये इनको बताना चाहिए अमेरिका को कि हमारी प्रायोरिटी हाथ मिलाना है, लेकिन जिस तरह के बयान दिए पिछले 2-3 महीने में लगातार हिंदुस्तान का तिरस्कार आप कर रहे हो विश्व पटल पे, हम दोनों चीजें एक साथ नहीं हो सकती. आप पाकिस्तान और हिंदुस्तान को बराबर तोलो. आप बताओ व्यापार का धौंस दिला के हमने सीजफायर किया और ऐसा
I've only interrupting you because we are unable to communicate with you presently. We'll try and come back to you in a little while, but I do get the point that you're trying to make, that the government needs to clarify its position. Either you are shaking hands with them or you are reacting to this. Perhaps not both. Some would suggest, Ankit, that it has to be both because Trump says something in the morning, something else at night.
Yeah, but
you give up this relationship which you built over 30 odd years, built first by Dr. Manmohan Singh's civil nuclear deal, taken up by the Congress, then by successive NDA governments. Do you sort of give it up on the basis of what Trump says now? He might change his mind in a few hours.
Yeah, but how do you deal with somebody like Donald Trump?
I mean, that's a question that the world faces right now.
Precisely, and in that respect, can Donald Trump, whatever he says, be taken on just the face value? You don't want a friend like Donald Trump in your camp. I mean, why? Who goes across, says that you are a friend, and then imposes this kind of a unilateral, tariff on India?
It moved seamlessly. Sorry, I got to interrupt you. It moved seamlessly. He started by calling India a friend, that Narendra Modi a friend, and then he announced in that same sentence tariffs. With a penalty on top of that, right? For oil imports.
Natasha Eswani, our colleague, is joining us from United States of America at this moment. Natasha, to begin with, what is the kind of response, politically as well, with what has happened as far as these unilateral announcement is concerned? Because, for a lot of people, India, like Vishnu has been saying, this is a relationship which India has been nurturing, both the countries have been nurturing for over 3 decades now. And this kind of an announcement will, of course, be seen as a roadblock, in further strengthening as far as the relationship is concerned.
Well, honestly, I think we all need to calm down a little bit because the way Trump handles not just India, but as Vishnu was saying, the way that he handles the rest of the world, where it comes to China, Russia, Ukraine, this is his playbook. He uses these pressure tactics right before a big deal. At the same time, as you said, he still calls India a good friend. Honestly, I've been covering Indo-US relations for a very long time through Manmohan Singh, through Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his administration. And the Indo-US strategic partnership overall is still in place. I don't think that's going anywhere. We must understand the Indian government itself in the last couple of days had made noises, including telling government sources telling Reuters that they were expecting these 20 to 25% tariffs to come up. This is just firmed up with his tweet on Truth Social. They were expecting it. It is still seen by many sources on both sides as being temporary. which is, as you mentioned, that August 26 delegation from the United States that's coming to India for the 6th round of Indo-US trade talks is expected to look at the bigger picture. And that bigger picture remains that both India as well as the United States are deeply invested because it's good for them. It's good for their economies, right? They are sticking points, like we've already reported, when it comes to India on agriculture and dairy. And they're sticking points in the United States, which wants to see further opening up in India. But it's in both their interest. They want to reach that $500 billion in bilateral trades by 2030. So yes, it is... there's a lot of reaction to this 25% announcement. Honestly, I feel in the longer term, the investment that these two countries have put into trying to figure out this bilateral trade agreement still stays. And the picture might look very different come September, which is where they're hoping to actually firm up that bilateral trade agreement. And when that comes into place, these tariffs might also change.
All right, Natasha, just stay on with us. At this moment, let's also listen into a reaction which is coming in from the ruling party at this moment. The BJP MP Praveen Khandelwal has reacted to this news, which has just been broken here on NDTV. Let's listen in.
बीजेपी एमपी प्रवीण खंडेलवाल हमारे साथ हैं सर 25% टैरिफ प्लस पेनल्टी यूएस प्रेसिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने अनाउंस करी है आप कैट के सेक्रेटरी भी हैं किस तरीके का असर भारत के मार्केट पे देखने को मिल सकता है
देखिए एक बार उसको पहली दृष्टि में पूरा अध्ययन करना पड़ेगा कि जो भी ट्रंप प्रशासन ने आज 25% टैरिफ लगाया है कौन से ऐसे भारत के उत्पाद हैं जो अमेरिका का बाजार जो ज्यादा तरीके से देख सकते थे जिन पर इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा और मुझे लगता है कि भारत सरकार भी निश्चित रूप से इस बात का संज्ञान लेगी एक बार थोड़ा इसका स्टडी हो जाए तब इस पर निश्चित रूप से कुछ ठोस कहा जा सकता है
जो स्टेटमेंट आया है उसमें यह भी कहा है कि रशिया से हम बहुत एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं चाइना से भी बहुत इंपोर्ट करते हैं ट्रेड करते हैं और इसकी वजह से हमने 25% का टैरिफ
मैंने कहा ना कि एक बार पहले इस सारे जो भी उनका बयान है पहले उसको सरकार भी निश्चित रूप से विजुअलाइज करेगी और हम सब लोग व्यापारी के रूप में भी उसको विजुअलाइज करेंगे और देखते हैं
All right, this will have a lot of repercussions, and of course, India will have to now, try and deal with this very, very deftly, as we have been speaking about, because you don't know what mercurial Donald Trump comes up next. You try and take a very strong position. From 25, he may suddenly announce 50%. You never know anything with Donald Trump. Let's very quickly go across at this moment to Smita Prakash, senior journalist, Richa A&I, who is joining us at this moment. We also have Jayanta Ghoshal, senior journalist, political analyst with NDTV. Thank you so much to both of you for being so patient here on the broadcast. Smita, let me start by asking you, this will have a lot of political repercussions. As I was saying, the parliament session is on. Donald Trump's name has been repeatedly taken by the opposition while attacking the government yesterday as well. First of all, with Donald Trump and the announcement, what do you expect happens here in the political scenario of India?
Well, I think two things which I want to point out. I kind of agree with what Vishnu and Natasha had to say, that you have to see the larger picture. You just can't say that haath milayenge ya aankh dikhayenge. That doesn't work like that in diplomacy. You do, in fact, same day you do simultaneously aankh dikhana and haath milana. As far as diplomacy is concerned. It is a setback to India-US relations. There's no doubt about it. It's been on an upward trajectory for the past 30 years or so, or at least 20 years, one would say. But one can't go by what Donald Trump says, not just saying it, yes, slapping of tariffs, but then the negotiations are still on. This is worse than what I think I saw NDTV Profit, is it worse than what has come on Indonesia and the others, probably because of the Russian oil thing. Now, as far as the repercussions on Indian politics is concerned, of course, you saw what Mr. Huda had to say. They will put the Indian foreign policy mandarins on the mat and say that this is a failure and something that Dr. Manmohan Singh had worked with Bush and Obama has been undone. But remember, India-US relations has hit roadblocks several times in the past. It's not the first time. And the recent one probably is the Khobargade crisis. so much so that, the embassies had put boulders in front of each other and those kind of things that happened.
Yeah.
So we have gone past that, and it's not a smooth process. As far as the politicians are concerned, of course, they're going to make bombastic comments. But remember, this is not the era of the Soviet Union and Indira Gandhi and Kissinger, though we have gone past that era.
Okay.
This is a new place, and foreign policy is something which is very dynamic now. It's not these state rules by which earlier governments dealt with.
Smita, I just introduce Peter Cardillo. He's the chief market economist at Spartan Capital. How do you see the markets reacting to this, or do you believe that they would essentially disregard this? Because quite frankly, what Trump says, between the morning and the evening could change. The other way of looking at it is that this is a hardline position because negotiations between India and America are continuing on that trade deal.
Well, let's put it this way. Right now, the markets are reacting still positively, but I don't think it's due to this news. I think it's due to other news. We had good GDP numbers here in the States come out. The economy grew 3%. We had the unemployment, the ADP employment situation, which came in better than expected. 104,000 private jobs were added to the economy last month. And then we had some real good earnings this morning. So I think the market, is focusing on that. And of course, it's also Fed Day. And the market is expecting the Fed to stay on hold. Now, in terms of this Trump announcement, I think, it will go in effect, obviously, by August 1st. But I don't think it's going to be long lasting. I think this is a tactic that Trump is using to get India to come in line. And I would suspect that this hefty tariff that's being placed will probably be watered down over the next month or so. There was a great relationship between Trump and your prime minister, and all of a sudden we see that now has dissipated. And the fact that he's also adding another penalty for importing Russian oil suggests to me that this is another reason why he has imposed this 25% in order to get a better deal, which could happen within the next 60 days.
So Peter, so just for our viewers to understand, you believe that this is a maximalist position that Donald Trump is taking only to try and force India for a better deal as far as America is concerned, because it's a very long message, as Vishnu was reading out earlier. Some people would also term it obnoxious because then it goes into India's choice of who and how they are buying oil, and with Russian weapons and so on and so forth as well. So it's just not about trade. It becomes bigger than that with the kind of message that Donald Trump has set across.
Absolutely, but I think it's a loud message to a lot of countries that Trump wants them to do business with the United States, and that they have to be loyal to the United States. And I think that's what this is all about. Remember now, imposing 25% is a steep tariff. The beneficiary here is the United States. Obviously, the loser is India. And so I think, when you begin to, whether it be India or whether it be another country on a global scale, when you begin to weaken economic activity, you're basically going to hurt yourself as well. So I think that is being taken into consideration. And that's why I think that eventually there'll be a deal that will be less negative in terms of economic activity.
All right, Peter Cardillo, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Let me go across very quickly to Jayantata. Jayantata, it also flies largely, what we have seen in the last few months and years, with China's importance growing. America would try and see India as a partner, which it can in fact, help America take on China. But if you antagonize one of your most important partner with 25% taxes plus penalties, it goes completely opposite to what Donald Trump at least have been trying or saying to his domestic audience.
Ankit, actually, I was listening, Mr. Cardillo, and I think Natasha also said the same thing, that there should not be any knee-jerk reaction now. And I think Prime Minister Mr. Modi also, this is economic diplomacy, and Vishnu was also repeatedly saying that this is Mr. Trump. So the opposition parties, they are doing their job, because this, what Mr. Huda is saying, that Aakh Dikhana, Haath Milana, and Smita, I completely agree with Smita, that it should be dealing with the domestic politics first. Because we should not be, if we go for anti-Trump reflex politics, then this is because we should be calm, because it can be a short-term bargaining diplomacy. It is like Karol Bagh, Sarojini Nagar market bargain politics of Trump. This is Mr. Trump. So I think after some time, because China, it's not only India, Canada, the old friend, the whole Europe. This is we are rather now there is an alignment of all European countries, EU, and we are not alone.
Yeah.
This is a Trump. What this war is now, this excise and this tariff war, we are not alone. It's a polycentric world now. The Cold War era is over.
Yes.
And now we should keep good relationship with China, and government of India is doing that. Why Jaishankar visited China? And what is the development? And China also settled recently with Trump. Trump has said that he is going to China. Trump is very inconsistent also for his manifestation. And I think if, and Mr. Modi is doing that, I think, as an onlooker of his diplomacy,
okay.
I think he's careful. And now, after 1st August, because it is not unexpected,
yes.
It can create impact in the share market, stock market. That is a different story altogether. But, you know, rather we have read it will be 26%. अभी तो मुझे लग रहा है 1% कम हुआ है, क्योंकि what the speculation was 26, 27, and now I think the scope of negotiation is there. And it's an economic diplomacy.
No, but
commerce
Joyanta, let
ministry.
me also jump in over here and make one or two small points. Firstly, this puts this government in a slightly tight spot, because there's been this huge debate taking place in Parliament. A lot of that has to do with America's alleged role in bringing Op Sindoor to an end. We know as journalists that America didn't have that role, irrespective of what Trump has had to say. But be that as it may, the Congress party has also said, wait for this trade deal to emerge and you will see what exactly happens. What Trump has now proposed is, in a sense, a worst case scenario for what the government was hoping for. The question is, will the government ride out this Trump storm or are they going to react? Because one way or the other, they're going to have to react. The moment you react, then Trump counter-reacts. You're not dealing with a standard international leader. You know, you're going to have to look at how you react. You're going to have to weigh the fact that you built up a relationship with America for 20 plus years. It's based on foundational agreements. It's based on the nuclear deal, the strategic alliance, you know, the closest strategic partnership, you know, semiconductors, superconductors, pharma, green tech, defense, all of that, right? And of course, the underlying premise is the human-to-human relationship, students, all of that. Now the question over here is, therefore, do we discount all of that? Can we just look the other way? It's not going to be politically acceptable for the opposition. But I think the key point over here is that India might just need to take that step, because they know that beyond Trump, there is still America.
Yes, we'll have to. Jonathan, I'll continue this discussion. There are very high tariffs, sir, but we will have to take some commercial breaks. That is also those are very important tariffs for us at this moment. I have to take a very quick break. I'm coming back, and we'll continue this discussion, this curveball that Donald Trump has thrown India's way. We are coming back. Our panel stays with us. We will discuss this after a short break. Stay tuned.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gains started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results. Still, the message is clear: walking more, especially up to 7,000 steps a day, can significantly improve overall health.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry, and Zenora. Must.
US President Donald Trump announces 25% tariff on India from August 1st. India pulls out of WCL semi-final. Legends say no game of cricket against Pakistan. Controversy over naming Operation Mahadev. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra says, why Hindu name for military operation? Jaya Bachchan also pipes in, says, why name a military operation after Sindoor? Tamil Nadu dishonor killing Gunda act against the accused. Sujit hacked sister's friend Kavin to death.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, breaking news coming in at this moment, and this is quite significant in view of what has just been announced by US President Donald Trump. The External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has met Minister Piyush Goyal, and remember, Piyush Goyal is in fact the minister leading these tariff in fact talks as far as the United States of America is concerned, and this comes after the announcement which has been made by Donald Trump. Now, remember, this is going to have a lot of reverence, a lot of echo in the parliament. The opposition feels they have suddenly got another ammunition to hit out at the government after these very high, unexpectedly high tariffs have been announced by Donald Trump ahead of the US delegation visiting India. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Akhilesh Sharma, who is joining us with more details on this. Akhilesh, important this meeting, the timing of it, especially given the announcement made by US President Donald Trump.
That's correct, Ankit. In fact, there's no official word about the meeting, but this meeting had come amid the news that President Trump has imposed 25% tariff on India. And this was expected because there was an August 1st deadline set by President Trump, and there were hectic negotiations going on between the India and the US officials. But they could not reach any agreement, and this was expected that Mr. Trump will impose some sort of penalty and also tariff. And now he's announced that 25% tariff will be imposed on India. Though unofficially, sources have been indicating that India was prepared for such kind of a situation, and they are saying that India will not be affected. Of course, there are some sectors which will be affected due to this tariff. But overall, they are saying that India's interest will be protected. And as far as the Modi government is concerned, to protect India's interest is the first priority.
All right. Thank you so much, Akhilesh Sharma, for joining us with all those details. A quick break at this moment. Coming back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
US President Donald Trump announces 25% tariff on India from August 1st. India pulls out of WCL semi-final. Legends say no game of cricket against Pakistan. Controversy over naming Operation Mahadev. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra says, why Hindu name for military operation? Jaya Bachchan also pipes in, says, why name a military operation after Sindoor? Tamil Nadu dishonor killing Gunda Act against the accused. Sujit hacked sister's friend Kavin to death.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Priyanka there, my colleague from NDTV World, is also with us at this moment to get us more reactions as far as this story is concerned. Priyanka, let me begin by asking you: is the American media and people there, are they seeing this as a Trump tantrum being thrown towards India? Something of a bargaining chip that he's trying to use, hardballing India before the trade talks take shape?
Namaste. Thanks for having me on your show. Well, I've heard the people that you've had on this show, but like him or hate him, it's Trump at the end of the day knows a thing or two about leverage. I mean, look at the deals that he's striking all over the world, the EU being one of the latest. So he knows how to play his game. His comments about India, about high tariffs, about Russian oil use as well, aren't coming out of nowhere. That's the first thing, and that was on his Truth Social. And for years, US companies have also struggled to break into Indian markets because of steep tariffs. For example, Harley Davidson is an example, the motorbike. American whiskey is an example. Sky-high duties on dairy, even full cars that are facing import duties. These are, I'm talking 100%, 150% tariffs. So it's impossible to break into the Indian market. Here's the twist, though. I feel that India also knows how to rally. He had put up I guess you can say, post on Truth Social a couple of weeks ago saying that he is going to send these tariff letters to different countries across the world. He said August 1st. He gave that deadline. I came on your show and said, well, if he says August 1st, he probably means August 1st. So I don't think that Modi, I don't think that anybody who is deciding and negotiating these deals, I feel that they anticipated it. I feel India also has a ready response. I feel that India has a way more measured response versus America, who is very, very aggressive, high pressure, high stakes, with deadlines, forcing people to come to the table and talk. I feel that Modi also has just a very calm, cool response, and both are open to negotiation. So he's used. I mean, Trump tariffs, I guess the game is like game theory. It's high stakes, high pressure. That's what Trump is doing, and it is working on a lot of countries. It's worked on the EU. It's worked everywhere. So far, he's struck amazing deals that are in favor of
maximalist position, that is what he likes to take, and then from there, he tries to bargain it down. Smita, what do you expect as India's response to this? I mean, we are talking at a point when the foreign minister is speaking to Mr. Piyush Goyal. Hopefully, like Priyanka was saying, there would have been some anticipation, if not 25% plus penalties, at least 20% or something like that. India would have already expected. Is it going to be a hardball stance from India, tit for tat in this case, or do you think there is going to be a more mellowed response from the Indian government?
But tit for tat would be really wrong. That would be playing into his hands. It's clear that we have competing interests. India and the US have competing interests, which is natural. Even strategic allies don't have it, and we are not even an ally of the US. So, in your show, you had Mr. Cardillo who said that, India had a great relationship with Trump. Now, that's exactly what the opposition in India will also say. That, ab ki baar Modi sarkar. So, Prime Minister Modi had this great relationship with Trump, and now Trump is saying, prove your loyalty. Now, are you in my corner? That's exactly what George Bush in his early years used to say to everybody, you're with us or against us, right? Now, slowly they get maturity to realize that that's not how you necessarily deal with people who are who are similarly allied as you, not necessary allies. India also has to be a little more mature. We can't be sentimental. Oh, General Asim Munir got invited for breakfast with Trump. That's not fair. Who knows what happens in that breakfast meeting, right? For all you know, Ankit, he might have got a rap on his fingers and told that release Imran Khan. Why have you jailed him? So one really doesn't know how these things work behind closed doors. So I think it will, of course, depend, and both sides will have to handle this this period of friction that is going to come. And whether it is through dialogue or whether it is through escalation, it certainly shouldn't be escalation the way some Indian politicians are saying stop McDonald's. Because if tomorrow you have mobs going in front of KFC or McDonald's, that would be the worst thing ever. That would be a red rag.
You can't go pre-1990s era. You can't go in that post, pre-liberalization era. That is not the path that India would anyway want to take. Jantada, very quickly coming to you at this moment. I mean, we also would have to look at it because the government also says that, listen, Trump can't hardball us on some very important issues like agriculture, where they are seeking, India is willing to give, as far as concerned. So there is something politically also we can for the domestic audience that we will not get bowed down and let him say whatever he has to say when it comes to our farmers' interest.
Exactly. I completely agree with you. And in fact, Smita is also saying the same thing, that this hyperbole is not the solution. We should not escalate there should not be any confrontationalist approach, and Trump's politics of isolation. We know that what Trump is doing now, and it is not only with India. The whole world, even the American companies, including Apple, he threatened. So now we should understand, Prime Minister Mr. Modi is not compromising, but he is not confrontationalist. I think that is the right thing. We have not compromised on Russia. The military equipments we are buying, and the oil issue, we have not stopped. He threatened long back, Trump threatened not today. So we have not stopped. On Iran issue, it's a major issue. So on Iran issue, what Vajpayee took the position, Mr. Modi's position on Iran is also not completely changed. Okay. And it is not a very difficult job to make this balance.
Yes.
So I think this whether we are anti-China, pro-China, pro-US, anti-US, our sovereign interest we are addressing. Absolutely. We have a huge market.
Absolutely.
And what you are saying, that agriculture and a lot of issues are there. And even on Bangladesh, the State Department, Hillary Clinton, and now the anytime election will be announced, and we have to talk to US authority on Bangladesh election. Bangladesh may be a small country, but the geostrategic position is very important.
Absolutely.
So I think it's a lot of layers are there.
So there would be a lot of push and pull before actually a deal can be arrived. And this is just the beginning, with Donald Trump, because largely everything for President Trump works like a reality show. It's, you are fired. That was his reality show and his tagline. And that is exactly how he does his business. Now, of course, the ball is in India's court to see how we want to respond to this. Thank you so much, Jayantudha Smita Prakash, for speaking to us here on NDTV. I have to take a very quick break. News and updates will continue here. Stay tuned.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Par ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, recently with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate. How do you
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. Lots of news breaking at this hour as we speak, Vasudha, from Donald Trump to Amit Shah in Parliament.
Absolutely. Vanakkam Veera and Namaskar to all of you. It's Trump, tariffs and trade today. Even as Donald Trump has imposed 25% tariffs on India plus penalties. What are the consequences of this? That is what we discussed. But first up, the headlines. Donald Trump imposes 25% tariffs on India, 25% tariffs from the 1st of August over Russian oil.
Centre acts post that Trump tariff slam on India. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar meets Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal to take stock of how India should be responding to a maximalist bargaining tactic, it would seem.
ISRO has meanwhile successfully launched its missile satellite.
Well, first up to that big trade Trump tariff story that broke with a statement a short while ago from the US president. Call it what you must, setting the bargaining tone, or call it an attempt to trump India. Donald Trump suddenly announced 25% tariff and penalties on India, Vasudha.
This is big, Veera, even as a discussion on Operation Sindoor is underway in the Rajya Sabha. Donald Trump has said that Prime Minister Modi is a friend of his, but in the same para flagged India's purchasing of Russian oil and defense supplies, and it would invite penalties over and above that 25% tariff. Now, Indian negotiators have had several rounds of talks with their US counterparts, 5 to be precise. In fact, 1 is going to happen next month, and this is all over an agreement over tariff threats. Now, it's not just India. Let's remember this. Countries around the world, including EU, have been working at this, and this includes even countries like Australia, which already have an existing free trade agreement with the United States of America.
That's right. It'll be interesting to watch how this plays out, especially how India plans to bargain back. The reactions would be closely watched, both politically as well as diplomatically and from trade bodies. Let's listen in to some of the reactions on this big announcement, Vasudha.
India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%. Is that what you're tracking, or what do you think the rate will be for India?
They are going to pay 25%.
Yeah, that India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%.
Yeah, I think so.
आप सब बैठे नहीं प्लीज मैंने माननीय गृह मंत्री जी को बुलाया बोलने के लिए प्लीज प्रमोद जी एक मिनट पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर क्या है आपको बताएं लेट देम स्पीक बोलिए पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर क्या है
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी बोले उनको पूरा अधिकार है आर्टिकल 75 में बोलने का
तिवारी जी बहिष्कार करने का तय कर आए हो क्या
वही कोई आपत्ति नहीं कर
रूल क्या है रूल
एक सदन में प्रधानमंत्री
नॉट गोइंग ऑन निकट ये सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है सरकार की सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है माननीय गृह मंत्री जी जवाब देंगे नो प्लीज माननीय गृह मंत्री जी आप बोलो सही नहीं है प्लीज गो बैक टू योर सीट्स Go back to your seats. Sushmita ji, please go back to your seats. Go back to your seats. Please. माननीय गृह मंत्री जी बोले सभापति महोदय सिर्फ माननीय गृह मंत्री जी की बात हो जाएगी आपका आचरण असंसदीय है पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों द्वारा जो नृशंस हमला हुआ और उसके जवाब में भारत सरकार ने और भारत की सेनाओं ने जो मजबूत जवाब पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादी ग्रुप्स को और पाकिस्तान को स्वयं को दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से उसका पर सदन में चर्चा पर मैं हिस्सा लेने के लिए खड़ा हूं एक माननीय अध्यक्ष से पूछ रहे पीएम कहाँ है, इसका जवाब दे रहा हूं। एक मिनट सुनो भाई, आपकी जो डिमांड है उसी का जवाब दे रहा हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अब इनकी ऑफिस में उनको ज्यादा सुनने का शौक है क्या? भाई मेरे से निपट रहा है, काहे को प्रधानमंत्री जी को बुला रहे हो? और तकलीफ होगी, ये समझते नहीं है साहब। माननीय सभापति जी, सबसे पहले पहलगांव हमले में हमारे देश के जो निर्दोष नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर, चुन कर उनके परिवार के सामने मारा गया। मैं उन सभी दिवंगत नागरिकों के परिवार के साथ मेरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद पाकिस्तान ने गोलीबारी करी, वो गोलीबारी में कुछ नागरिक हताहत हुए। वो नागरिकों के परिवारजनों के प्रति भी मैं गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, ऑपरेशन महादेव, ये दोनों के लिए जिन सुरक्षा बलों ने भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाया है, वो सभी को मैं हृदय पूर्वक बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं सम्माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने देश की 140 करोड़ की जनता की जो इच्छा थी, उसका प्रतिघोष करते हुए सटीक जवाब देने की दृढ़ राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति बताई। इसके लिए मैं सम्माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, सबसे पहले मैं ऑपरेशन महादेव के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, परसों ही प्लीज कश्मीर में आपको माननीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष सबने सुना, ये सही आचरण नहीं है आप सबका। प्लीज गो बैक टू योर सीट्स। नो, माननीय गृह मंत्री आप बोले। नहीं, खड़गे जी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तो एक मिनट के लिए बताने दीजिए। बताएं सर, आप सभी लोग अपनी सीट पर जाएं। माननीय एलओपी बोले प्लीज गो बैक टू योर सीट्स। सर, गो बैक टू योर सीट्स। फर्स्ट गो बैक टू योर सीट्स। मिस्टर गोखले, मिस्टर साकेत गोखले, अपनी अपनी सीट पर जाइए। आप अपनी सीट पे नहीं है, प्लीज गो बैक टू योर सीट। सर, मनोज जी प्लीज गो बैक टू योर सीट। गो बैक टू योर सीट्स। गो बैक टू योर डिजिग्नेटेड सीट्स, देन ओनली अवेलेबल। यस माननीय
डिप्टी चेयरमैन साहब, मैं इसलिए खड़ा हूं,
ये क्या हुआ? शक्ति सिंह जी,
तो मैं
डू नॉट डिस्टर्ब द हाउस।
सब सदन के मेंबर्स का ये पहले से ही डिमांड थी कि 16 घंटे चर्चा होने के बाद हमको इस सदन में प्रधानमंत्री आकर प्रकट होकर वो अपनी बातें रखेंगे और समाधान जो भी हमने सवाल उठाए हैं, बहुत से सवाल उनको संबंधित है। ये नहीं कि आप कैपेबल नहीं है रिप्लाई देने के लिए, ये नहीं कहता मैं। हम आपको निपटाएंगे, तुम हमारे को निपटाओ, हम खेल खेलेंगे। लेकिन जिस प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ रहते हुए भी अगर इस सदन में नहीं आते तो इस सदन का अपमान है।
धन्यवाद। नो प्लीज
नहीं, ये नहीं
हो गया।
तो इसीलिए
आपकी बात
सदन का अपमान करना, सदस्यों का अपमान करना
माननीय गृहमंत्री
ठीक नहीं है।
माननीय गृहमंत्री जी,
मैं अभी भाषण नहीं कर रहा हूँ माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इनके मुद्दे का जवाब दे रहा हूँ। अब सुनिए खड़गे साहब,
प्लीज लिसन इन प्लीज। मैं आपको माननीय खड़गे जी, मैं आपको इन्फॉर्म करना चाहूंगा, बीएससी मीटिंग में मैंने ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन किया था आपके सदस्यों को कि सरकार की ओर से माननीय कोई मंत्री जवाब दे सकता, ये रूलिंग है, आप फोर्स नहीं कर सकते किसी को। प्लीज माननीय गृह मंत्री जी आप बोले।
और मान्यवर खड़गे साहब उठा रहे हैं ज्यादातर महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों पर कांग्रेस पार्टी खड़गे साहब को बोलने नहीं देती है, पीछे से सारे को खड़े करती है और वो ये मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं।
आपने बोल दिया। प्लीज 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 लेट हिम स्पीक। आपको मौका मिला, आपने बोला।
सर आए जज का काम कर, लेकिन आप हर बात को टोकते रहते हो।
नहीं, आपको मौका दिया, बोला।
अगर हम क्या यहाँ खेलने आए क्या?
आपने को मौका दिया, आपने बोला मैंने भी बताया कि मैंने हर मीटिंग में क्या स्पष्ट किया।
तो आपने बात की, प्रधानमंत्री की बात की, इधर आपका स्टेटमेंट इसका काउंटर में लाया हूँ मैं। प्रधानमंत्री को यहाँ
माने प्लीज
मान्यवर, इसीलिए ये विपक्ष की मांग और स्टैंड दोनों उचित नहीं है, क्योंकि बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में ये निर्णय लिया गया था, चर्चा आप जितनी चाहोगी हो करेंगे, जवाब कौन देगा वो सरकार तय करेगी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ। मुझे मालूम है मान्यवर ये क्यों जा रहे हैं, मुझे मालूम है मान्यवर मुझे क्यों जा रहे हैं। वो इसलिए जा रहे हैं कि इतने सालों तक वोट बैंक प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, आतंकवाद को रोकने के लिए इन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। ये डिबेट सुनी ही नहीं सकते, ये जवाब है सुनिए। और जब भी ये कह रहे हैं और कोई लीडर ऑपोजिशन होता और बोलता तब तो मैं समझता, खड़गे साहब बोल रहे हैं ज्यादातर महत्वपूर्ण चर्चाओं में कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके नेता को, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन को बोलने ही नहीं देती है। और वो मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जवाब। मान्यवर, मैं सबसे पहले ऑपरेशन महादेव के लिए बताना चाहूंगा। परसों ही बहुत लंबे समय से चल रहे हुए एक ऑपरेशन का अंत आया और वो ऑपरेशन के तहत 3 आतंकवादी, सुलेमान उर्फे फैजल जट, अफगान और जिब्रान, वो तीनों हमारी सुरक्षा बलों ने इनको मौत के घाट उतारा। मानवर, सुलेमान ए श्रेणी का लश्कर तैयबा का कमांडर था। उसने पहलगांव हमले में उसकी ही राइफल से गोलियां चली थी, गगनगिर में भी उसकी राइफल से गोलियां चली थी और उसको हमारे सुरक्षा बलों ने कश्मीर छोड़कर पाकिस्तान भागने नहीं दिया। अफगान भी ए ग्रेड का लश्कर तैयबा का कमांडर था और जिब्रान भी उच्च आला दर्जे का लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था। मान्यवर, इससे स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये आतंकवादी हमले में लश्कर तैयबा का हाथ था, इसके इशारे पर ही ये घटना हुई थी। और साहब देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सेना को जो हुक्म दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में, मैं बाद में बताऊंगा, उसने लश्कर तोयबा के हेडक्वार्टर को छिन्न विछिन्न कर दिया। इनको भेजने वाले भी मारे गए और जिन्होंने गोली चलाई थी वो भी मारे गए। एक प्रकार से ऑपरेशन महादेव और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर दो इकट्ठा होता है तो दुनिया के सभी आतंकवादी हमलों में सबसे सटीक, सख्त और त्वरित जवाब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में भारत के सुरक्षा बलों ने दिया। लश्कर तोयबा का आप सभी जानते हैं कि एक प्रतिबंधित संगठन है। कुछ ही समय के बाद इनके एक आउटफिट TRF ने जिम्मेदारी ली कि हमने ये निर्दोष नागरिकों को मौत के घाट उतारा है। मान्यवर, उसी दिन मैं वहां पहुंच गया था। सुरक्षा रिव्यू की मीटिंग हुई थी और सुरक्षा रिव्यू की मीटिंग में तय हुआ था कि आप जल्दी से जल्दी इनको पकड़िए, मगर उससे भी जल्दी ये लोग देश छोड़कर पाकिस्तान न भाग जाए इसकी चिंता करिए। इसलिए 100 दिन के बाद भी वो उपलब्ध मिले और मारे गए। मान्यवर, उनके पास से 3 राइफलें बरामद हुई। एक 19M4 कार्बाइन अमेरिकन राइफल है और 2 AK-47 राइफलें मिली। जिस दिन पहलगांव में घटना हुई, हमारे निर्दोष नागरिकों को मारा गया, उस दिन वहां से NIA ने खाली कारतूसों को कब्जे लिया था। इनके मारे जाने के पहले ही वो खाली कारतूसों का फोरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी में एक प्रकार से इसकी जन्म कुंडली निकाली थी कि कौन सी राइफल से चले हैं। और जब ये मारे गए, इनके पास से भी जो राइफलें मिली, फोरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी में चंडीगढ़ में रात को फोरेंसिक टेस्टिंग कर 100% मिलान हुआ है कि इन्हीं 3 राइफलों का उपयोग किया गया था, जिसमें से 44 कारतूस AK-19M4 के थे और 25 कारतूस AK-47 राइफल के थे। इसलिए अब कोई बहस भी नहीं बची है, कोई शको शुबह भी नहीं बचा है कि इन्होंने मारा था या नहीं था। NIA ने बहुत विगत जांच करी है मान्यवर, लगभग 1055 लोगों के स्टेटमेंट लिए हैं। इसके आधार पर इनके रेखाचित्र भी बनाए गए। उसके बाद ट्रैकिंग करते हुए 2 दिन जिन्होंने इनको आसरा दिया था, वो ढोंक के मालिकों को और उनकी वृद्ध माता को भी पूछताछ करी थी। ये जो मृतदेह मिले आतंकवादियों के, उसका परिचय, उसकी शिनाख्त ये तीनों लोगों ने कर ली है। ये तीनों लोगों ने कहा है कि यही आतंकवादी है जो 21 तारीख को हमारे ढोंक में रुके थे और हमसे खाना लेकर गए थे। तो एक और सबूत हमारे पास आ चुका है। चेहरे का मिलान भी कैमरे के माध्यम से बहुत अच्छे तरीके से संतोषजनक रीत से हुआ है। और ये जो सफल ऑपरेशन हुआ मान्यवर, इसलिए मैं सेना, CRPF, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, NIA के अधिकारी और FSL के विद्वान अधिकारियों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। और ये जो ऑपरेशन चला मान्यवर, IB द्वारा 22 मई को, मतलब लगभग 1 माह बाद हमें सूचना मिल गई थी कि ये जगह पे टेररिस्ट लोकेट है। उसके बाद IB और मिलिट्री इंटेलिजेंस ने और शिनाख्त करी और लगभग 22 जुलाई को इनके लोरा सेट को ट्रैक करने का काम समाप्त हुआ। एग्जैक्ट पिन पॉइंटेड लोकेशन को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया और फिर एक मीटिंग 4 पैरा सीआरपीएफ और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस तीनों के अफसरों की हुई और स्ट्राइक किया गया, तीनों आतंकवादी मारे गए हैं। कोइंसिडेंट देखिए मान्यवर, देश भर से मुझे बहुत एसएमएस आए थे, विशेषकर जो मारे गए थे उनके परिजनों का, इनके सर में गोली मारिएगा, जब भी मारे तब। तीनों के एनकाउंटर के वक्त तीनों के सर में ही गोली लगा है मान्यवर। एक कोइंसिडेंट मान्यवर, आज ये मारे गए 2 दिन पहले, अब बैठे नहीं हैं, चिदंबरम साहब को बैठना चाहिए था। उन्होंने सवेरे मेरे इस्तीफे की मांग के साथ एक प्रश्न उठाया कि भारत सरकार ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर करा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इसलिए कहा कि पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी थे, और पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी थे इसका आपके पास सबूत क्या है? वो पूरी दुनिया में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के जस्टिफिकेशन को चैलेंज कर रहे थे। मैं आज इस सदन के माध्यम से श्री चिदंबरम को पूछना चाहता हूं, आप किसको बचाना चाहते थे? पाकिस्तान को, लश्कर तैयबा को, ये आतंकवादियों को? अरे शर्म नहीं आती मान्यवर? और देखिए महादेव करता है तो क्या करता है। जिस दिन सवाल पूछा उसी दिन ये तीनों आतंकवादी ढेर हो गए, और जवाब तो घटनाक्रम ने दिया। मगर ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की मानसिकता पूरी दुनिया के सामने चिदंबरम साहब ने उजागर कर दी। हमारी वोट बैंक के लिए हम पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हुए भी नहीं डरेंगे। हमारी वोट बैंक के लिए लश्कर तोयबा को बचाने से भी हम नहीं डरेंगे, और हमारी वोट बैंक के लिए आतंकवादियों को शेल्टर देते हुए, शाब्दिक शेल्टर देते हुए भी हम नहीं डरेंगे। मान्यवर, ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता है। और अभी पृथ्वीराज चौहान साहब का इंटरव्यू आ गया, उन्होंने कहा ऑपरेशन का नाम धर्म के आधार पर रखने के अलावा इनको कुछ नहीं आता है। मान्यवर, कांग्रेस पार्टी बैठी नहीं है, उनको मालूम नहीं है हर हर महादेव सिर्फ धर्म का नारा नहीं है। शिवाजी महाराज ने जो मुगलों के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी, स्वतंत्रता की लड़ाई लड़ी, और शिवाजी महाराज की सेना का युद्ध घोष था हर हर महादेव। और ये प्रतीक है हर प्रकार के भारत पर के हमले का, भारत की संप्रभुता पर हमले का, और भारत की सीमाओं पर अतिक्रमण के जवाब देने का। और मैं आज यहां से चौहान साहब को भी कहना चाहता हूं कि आप क्या नाम रखना चाहते थे, क्या नाम रखना चाहते, उसका जवाब दीजिए। मान्यवर, ये पूरी चीजों को हिंदू मुस्लिम के दृष्टि से देखते हैं। चौहान साहब का थ्योरी देखे तो आज हमारी सेना के कई सारे हमारी सेना के डिवीजनों का जो नारा है, युद्ध घोष है, कहीं प्रभु रामचंद्र की जय, कहीं जो बोले सो निहाल, सत श्री अकाल है, कहीं जाट बलवान जय भगवान है, क्या सियावर रामचंद्र की जय है, कहीं पर काली माता की जय है। ये सारे उद्घोष आप नहीं स्वीकारते हो, ये भाजपा ने रखे हुए नहीं है मान्यवर। ये हमारी सेना के जवानों से मन से निकलने वाला ये युद्धघोष, इसको हिंदू मुस्लिम के दृष्टि से नहीं देखना चाहिए। और कोई कहता है कि आज ही क्यों मारे गए। अब देखिए साहब, भाई कितना जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं। मैं भी पूछता हूं आज क्यों मारे गए, मैं तो दूसरी सेकंड मार देना चाहता था, मगर इतना सरल नहीं है। जिन ऊंचाइयों पर छुपे हैं, जिस प्रकार की निर्जन जगहों पे 22 दिन तक सीआरपीएफ सेना और जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस ड्रोन से भेजे हुए खाना खाकर इतनी कठिन परिस्थिति में इनका पीछा कर मारा है, और आप मुहूर्त पूछ रहे हो क्यों नहीं मानना है आज? क्योंकि आज राहुल गांधी का भाषण था। इस तरह से नहीं चलता है मान्यवर। पूरे देश की जनता कांग्रेस पार्टी को देख रही है। इनकी प्रायोरिटी देश की सुरक्षा नहीं है, राजनीति है। उनकी प्रायोरिटी आतंकवाद को समाप्त करना नहीं है, अपनी वोट बैंक है। उनकी प्रायोरिटी हमारी सीमा की सुरक्षा नहीं है, उनका सेक्युलर और अपीसमेंट का पॉलिटिक्स है मान्यवर। मगर हम इससे इत्तेफाक नहीं रखते हैं मान्यवर। आज मैं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में भी बताना चाहता हूं। 22 अप्रैल को हमला हुआ। 22 अप्रैल को ही मेरी प्रधानमंत्री जी से बात हुई। वो विदेश थे। लगभग 2-2:30 बजे के सुमार पे बात हुई। मैं शाम होने से पहले ही श्रीनगर पहुंच गया था। दूसरे दिन सुबह सुरक्षा बैठक उसी रात को कर दूसरे दिन सुबह जहां मृतदेह थे वहां जाकर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए गया। मान्यवरों, मेरे जीवन का ऐसा दिन है जो मैं कभी नहीं भूल सकता। एक 6 दिन की शादी, एक बच्ची ने जिसकी शादी को 6 दिन हुए हैं, वो विधवा होकर हमें पूछती थी कब इसका बदला लिया जाएगा। मान्यवर, सब लोग क्षुब्ध थे। ना पानी पिया था, ना चाय पी थी, ना पीने की स्थिति थी। मैं मेरे जीवन में वो दृश्य नहीं भूल। आज भी वो दृश्य आ जाता है तो नींद से खड़ा हो जाए, इस प्रकार की वेदना होती है मान्यवर। ऐसा जघन्य अपराध कभी नहीं हुआ। धर्म के नाम पर पूछकर चुन कर इनके परिजनों के सामने मरे छोटी बच्चियां, छोटे बच्चे, वृद्ध मां, उनकी पत्नियां, उनकी बहनें, इस सब के सामने मारा गया। और क्यों मारा गया? क्योंकि वो संदेश देना चाहते थे कि टेररिज्म से मुक्त हम कश्मीर को नहीं होने। मैं आज इस सदन से उनको संदेश देना चाहता हूं, जितना हो सके उतना प्रयास करना। कश्मीर आतंकवाद से मुक्त होकर रहेगा और होकर ये नरेंद्र मोदी का संकल्प। मान्यवर, 23 अप्रैल को, इसके पहले कल भाषण में कहा, वहां पर आज भी बोले, मैं बैठा था, कि 24 अप्रैल को मोदी जी चुनावी सभा करने गए थे। हमारे साथी ने जवाब दिया इनका। परंतु मान्यवर, मैं सदन का रिकॉर्ड क्लियर हो इसलिए मोदी जी वो सभा 24 अप्रैल को बिहार की जनसभा में जो कहा था वो चुनावी सभा नहीं थी। वो 140 करोड़ भारतीयों के गुस्से का प्रतिघोष था, जो इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी है कि देश की जनता की भावनाओं को दुनिया के सामने ढंग से रखे। मैं कोट अनकोट उनके भाषण को पढ़ता हूं। मैंने 22 अप्रैल को पहलगांव का यह हमला केवल निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं बल्कि पूरे भारत की आत्मा पर हुआ एक दुस्साहसपूर्ण प्रहार है। आतंकवाद के प्रति दृढ़ और कड़ा रुख, आतंकवादियों और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों की कल्पना से भी बढ़कर उनको बड़ी सजा दी जाएगी। आतंकियों के बीच बची खुची जितनी भी भूमि है उसको मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया। 140 करोड़ भारतीय इस बात के लिए एकजुट है कि आतंक के आकाओं की कमर तोड़ दी जाएगी। भारत हर एक आतंकवादी और उनकी समर्थकों की पहचान करेगा, उनका पता लगाएगा, उनको दंडित करेगा। आतंकवाद कभी भी भारत की आत्मा को तोड़ नहीं पाएगा। न्याय सुनिश्चित करने के हर प्रयास किए जाएंगे। और आज मैं मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं उनकी दूरदर्शी, उनका बोला हुआ एक एक शब्द आज सच हुआ है। उन्होंने कहा था आतंकवादियों की बची खुची जमीन मिला देंगे, मिट्टी में मिला देंगे। साहब, उनके ट्रेनिंग के बाद मिट्टी में मिले हैं, इनके हेडक्वार्टर मिले हैं, उनके लॉन्च पैड भी मिट्टी में मिलकर जमीन दोस्त। उन्होंने कहा था कि इनके आकाओं को नहीं छोड़ेंगे। मैं बाद में लिस्ट पढ़ता हूं इनको भेजने वालों को भी हमारी सेनाओं ने मिट्टी में मिला दिया। उन्होंने कहा आतंकवादियों को भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे। ऑपरेशन महादेव ने वो तीनों आतंकवादियों को समाप्त कर दिया, मान्यवर, घेर कर। एक प्रकार से मोदी जी ने कहा हुआ वाक्य, हमारी सेना, हमारी वायुसेना, हमारी जल सेना और सभी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने उसको अपना कर्म का रास्ता बना दिया और कठोर दंड देने का काम किया है। मान्यवर, 23 अप्रैल को ही एक सीसीएस की मीटिंग बुलाई गई। सीसीएस की मीटिंग में कठोर संदेश देने का काम न केवल पाकिस्तान को, पूरी दुनिया को, कि भारत की सीमा और भारत की सेना, भारत के नागरिक और भारत की संप्रभुता, इसके साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं करते, वरना परिणाम भुगतने पड़ते हैं। माननीय उन्होंने तय किया सीसीएस की बैठक में 1960 की जवाहरलाल नेहरू के द्वारा की गई एक तरफा पाकिस्तान के फायदे वाली सिंधु जल संधि को तत्काल प्रभाव से रोक लिया जाए। मान्यवर, ऐतिहासिक फैसला है। हम सब वर्षों से मानते थे कि हिंदू जल संधि एक तरफा है, हमारा पानी 80% वहां नहीं जा सकता। मानिए, और वहां तक कि वहां से गाद निकालने की भी परमिशन, उनकी कैनाल बनाने के पैसे भी भारत ने भेजे। और मान्यवर, ये पानी पर अधिकार है भारत के किसानों। कश्मीर, पंजाब, हरियाणा, राजस्थान और दिल्ली का पीने का पानी अब कुछ ही समय में सिंधु के माध्यम से राजस्थान तक पहुंचेगा। एकीकृत जांच चौकी अटारी की जो चल रही थी, उसको हमने बंद कर दिया। सार्क वीजा समाप्त कर दिया। 24 घंटे में सारे पाकिस्तानी नागरिकों को हमने वापस भेजना शुरू कर दिया। नई दिल्ली स्थित पाकिस्तानी उच्चायोग में रक्षा, सैन्य, नौसेना और वायुसेना के सलाहकारों को अवांछित व्यक्ति घोषित किया गया और दोनों उच्चायोग में स्टाफ को कम करा दिया गया। 55 से घटकर 30 करा दिया। और सीसीएस ने संकल्प लिया कि भेजने वाले और कृत्य करने वाले दोनों को दंडित किया जाएगा। इसके लिए सेना को खुली छूट देने का काम सीसीएस ने। ये पूछ रहे थे कल, क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ? सीसीएस के फैसले जो है वो मीडिया में आए थे, मगर उनको पढ़ना नहीं है, क्योंकि सारे जो फैसले लिए वो उनके द्वारा किए हुए निर्णयों को रद्द करने के और उनकी नीतियों के खिलाफ जो निर्णय हुए वो है। मान्यवर, 30 अप्रैल को सशस्त्र बलों को ऑपरेशनल फ्रीडम देने का काम प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया कि रक्षा मंत्रालय और सेना दोनों मिलकर तय करेंगे टारगेट क्या होगा, तरीका क्या होगा, स्थान क्या होगा और समय क्या होगा। और इसको हमारे सेना के जवानों ने इसको बहुत बखूबी निभाया। मान्यवर, मैं तीनों सेनाओं को इस सदन के इस चर्चा में बहुत बहुत सम्मान के साथ साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। 7 मई को रात को 1:04 पर पाकिस्तान के 9 आतंकी अड्डों को ध्वस्त कर दिया। रक्षा मंत्री जी ने लोकसभा में बताया कम से कम 100 लोग मरे, 100 से ज्यादा मरे, मगर कम से कम 100 मरे। और मान्यवर, लश्कर ए तैयबा, जैसे मोहम्मद और हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, ये तीनों के हेडक्वार्टर को ध्वस्त करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया, हमारी सेनाओं ने। और मान्यवर, हमने तुरंत ही उनको सूचना दे दी थी। हमने उनको बताया मरकज सुभानअल्लाह बहावलपुर, मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, शारजाल कैंप सियालकोट, सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, बरनाल कैंप बिम्बर्ग और अब्बास कैंप कोटली, उसको हमने समाप्त कर दिया है, तोड़ दिया है। और ये हमारे आत्मरक्षा के अधिकारों को उपयोग करते हुए कहा है, हमारी कार्यवाही समाप्त हुई है। मैं बाद में आता हूं, ये पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर क्यों नहीं लिया, ये क्यों नहीं करा, वो क्यों नहीं करा। पहले तो वो सोचते थे कि कुछ ही नहीं होगा, हो गया तो ये क्यों नहीं हुआ। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को कहना चाहता हूं, पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर आपने दिया था, मगर लेने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ही करेगी और कोई नहीं। मानव, हमने तो हमला किया था आतंकवादी अड्डों पर, उनके हेडक्वार्टर पर, उनके संगठनों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग कैंप पर, उनके लॉन्चिंग पैड पर, और हमारे आतंकवाद के ऊपर ये हमले को पाकिस्तान अपने पर का हमला समझ बैठा। और उन्होंने 8 मई को अपने रिहायशी इलाकों पर गोलीबारी की। हमारे सेना के इंस्टॉलेशन पर मिसाइल शो, ड्रोन फेंके, कोई पहुंच नहीं पाया, मगर नदी की सीमा में गोलीबारी से निर्दोष नागरिक जो घूम रहे थे वो हताहत हुए। मान्यवर, फिर भी भारत ने संयम रखा। उन्होंने गुरुद्वारा तोड़ा, हम कुछ नहीं बोले, उन्होंने मंदिर तोड़ा, कुछ नहीं बोले। भारत ने तय कर लिया कि हम इसका जवाब उनकी रक्षा की क्षमता को क्षीण करने के लिए, कम करने के लिए करें। और इसलिए 9 मई को भारत की सेना ने 11 एयरबेस को ध्वस्त कर दिया, इनके डिफेंस इंस्टॉलेशन और एयरबेस। 8 एयरबेस नूरखान, मुरीद, सरगुर्दा, रफीकी, रहम यार खान, जकोबाबाद, सुक्कुर, भोलारी, 6 रडार सिस्टम, सुक्कुर, लाहौर, आरिफवाला, चुनेन, जकोबाबाद और नयाचौर, और सरफेस टू एयर गाइडेड मिसाइल्स की सिस्टम लाहौर और ओकारा की। पाकिस्तान ने हमले के बाद मानव लड़ने की स्थिति में ही नहीं था। ये पूछ रहे हैं किसके कहने पर समाधान हुआ, किसके कहने पर समाधान हुआ। किसी के कहने पर समाधान नहीं हुआ। पाकिस्तान घुटनों के बल हमारे डीजीएमओ को फोन किया कि भाई बंद करो। पहले से हमारा मकसद युद्ध का नहीं था, ना पाकिस्तान के अवाम को हम नुकसान करना चाहते थे। मोदी जी ने तुरंत कहा कि अगर पाकिस्तान रोकता है तो रोक लीजिए, और इसको भी राहुल गांधी आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं और पूछ रहे हैं। कुछ लोगों ने आशंका की कि कौन मरा वहां। मानवर, उनको मालूम नहीं है। उनके समय में जो जघन्य आपराधिक घटनाएं होती, आतंकवादी घटनाएं होती, वो घटना को घटाने वाले आतंकवादी हमें पूछते थे। मुझे तो कई लोगों ने पूछा कि भाई 90 दिन हुए क्या हुआ, 95 दिन हुए क्या हुआ, रोज 5 फोन आते थे। मगर उनके समय में जो बड़ी बड़ी आतंकवादी वारदातें हुई थी, मुंबई ट्रेन ब्लास्ट से लेकर मुंबई पर हमले की, उसके आरोपी आतंकवादी हमारे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में मारे गए। मान्यवर, ऑपरेशन हाफिज मोहम्मद जमील जैसे मोहम्मद का प्रमुख, मौलाना मसूद का बड़ा बहनोई, मुदस्सर खादियान मरकज तैयबा का प्रभारी, मोहम्मद हमजा जमील जैम और ऑपरेटिव मसूद अजहर का भतीजा, मोहम्मद यूनुस अजहर जैसे मोहम्मद का अमीर, मोहम्मद हसन खान जैम ऑपरेटिव, मोहम्मद हसन वो गंभीर रूप से घायल हुए हैं, जैम का वास्तविक प्रमुख अब्दुल मलिक, खालिद अबू अक्स और नोमान मलिक, ये सारे इतने घायल हुए हैं कि अब कुछ कर नहीं सकते। मान्यवर, ये जो हमला हुआ वो उन्होंने इनके दिल पर हमला किया है, आतंकवाद के दिल पर पहली बार प्रहार किया। मान्यवर, पहले भी हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी, एयर स्ट्राइक करी, एक प्रकार से सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक दोनों पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर में थी। मेरे जैसे लोग तो मानते हैं कि हमारी भूमि पर ही हमने हमला किया था, क्योंकि पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर ये सदन के द्वारा स्वीकारा हुआ संकल्प है कि पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर भारत का है। मगर पहली बार पाकिस्तान की सरहद में जाकर हमारी सेना ने पराक्रम दिखाया है और आतंकवादियों के अड्डों को, उनके ट्रेनिंग कैंप को और उनके लॉन्चिंग पैड्स को खत्म करने का काम किया है। मान्यवर, ये चिदंबरम साहब कल भाषण में बोले कि ये नहीं कहा जा सकता कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर निर्णायक था। चिदंबरम साहब यहां है नहीं, मगर मैं उनको जवाब देना जरूर चाहता हूं कि चिदंबरम साहब, अगर 65 की लड़ाई निर्णायक थी क्या, तो फिर टेररिज्म क्यों फैला? 71 की लड़ाई निर्णायक थी क्या, तो टेररिज्म क्यों फैला? और अनेक बार जो कार्यवाही हुई वो निर्णायक थी क्या? मान्यवर, जब तक दुश्मन या तो डर नहीं जाता या सुधर नहीं जाता, कभी निर्णायक अंत नहीं आएगा। मान्यवर, इतने सालों तक उनको डराने की, दंडित करने की कोई प्रक्रिया ही नहीं हुई। क्यों डरेंगे वो? हम तो डोजियर पर डोजियर भेजते रहे, कभी उनको जवाब नहीं दिया। नरेंद्र मोदी ने जवाब दिया। मान्यवर, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी, एयर स्ट्राइक करी और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, खौफ पैदा हो गया। मुझे मालूम नहीं, मेरे पास सूचना नहीं, रात को भी जब जाते होंगे, स्वप्न में हमारी मिसाइल से दिखाई पड़ती होती है। ये डर से ही शांति होती है, ये सुधरने वाले लोग नहीं है मान्यवर। मगर चिदंबरम साहब कहते हैं कि आतंकी पाकिस्तान से आए थे, इसका सबूत क्या है? चिदंबरम साहब, सबूत तो हमारी एजेंसियों ने ढूंढ लिया। अब आप क्या बोले थे, इस पर क्या बोलना चाहते? मान्यवर, इनके चिदंबरम जी के कार्यकाल में ही अफजल गुरी की फांसी जब तक वो गृह मंत्री नहीं गए नहीं हुई। मान्यवर, बंबई का हमला, बंबई के हमले के बाद आज ये दिग्विजय सिंह चले गए हैं, उन्होंने कहा है तो आरएसएस ने कराया था। मान्यवर, ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? किसके लिए बोल रहे हैं? किसको बचा रहे हैं? क्या कहना चाहते हैं? और हिंदू टेरर का सगुफा किसने छोड़ा? मैं आज दुनिया के सामने, देश की जनता के सामने गर्व से कहता हूं कि हिंदू कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकता। हम कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकते। क्या कहना चाहते हैं? फर्जी टाइप के केस बनाए, एक भी केस अदालत में नहीं टिका। देशभक्त संगठनों पर आरोप लगाए आपने, सिर्फ आपकी छिछोरी राजनीति के लिए, क्षुल्लक फायदे के लिए। और फिर क्या कर लिया? फिर भी हार गए। हारे तो ना। और अब हर रोज कह रहे हैं कि आप हमेशा है नहीं, आप हमेशा नहीं रहेंगे, आप हमेशा का तो मुझे मालूम नहीं साहब। मैं 61 का हुआ हूं, 14 से 30 साल तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ही सरकार रहने वाली है। मैं चिदंबरम साहब को कहना चाहता हूं, आप डट डाल दो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में जीने 30 साल तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार रहेगी। मान्यवर, मैं 2015 में बोला था हमारी उड़ीसा कार्यकारिणी में, भुवनेश्वर कार्यकारिणी में। अब ये 5 साल गिन लो तो 15 तो हो ही गए और 15 भी हो जाएंगे। मान्यवर, भारतीय सेना के लिए कभी भी इन्होंने तैयारियां नहीं की। चीन के कई जवानों ने चीन की लड़ाई के बाद लिखा, हमारे पास बंदूक छोड़िए, कारतूस छोड़िए, नमक, चीनी और माचिस भी उपलब्ध नहीं थी। घनघोर ठंड में पहनने के लिए हमारे लिए ठंड के कपड़े भी नहीं थे। मान्यवर, आज वही सेना ब्रह्मोस से लैस है, आकाश उनके मिसाइलों को तोड़ देता है मान्यवर। और पाकिस्तान की पूरी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम हमारी सेना आधे घंटे में उसको मलबे में बदल कर रख देती है मान्यवर। ये नरेंद्र मोदी के शासन में, मोदी जी के शासन में 11 साल में परिवर्तन। गोली नहीं बना पाते थे। मैं बाद में बताता हूं लाखों करोड़ों का सामान हम बना रहे हैं, विदेश में भेज रहे हैं, एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। हमारी सेना का काफी सारा कई सारी चीजें हमने ब्लैकलिस्ट कर दी, इंपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते। और R&D के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम बनाने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया है। सेना और पूरे देश को मोदी जी की ये पहल पर, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के गर्व पर और हमारे सेना के जवानों का हथियार उनको ऐसा देना चाहिए, इस बात की चिंता पर देश और सेना मोदी जी पर गर्व कर सकती है। मान्यवर, हमने जो नमक, चीनी और माचिस नहीं थी, ऐसी सेना से 11 साल में 22 मिनट में ही आतंकवादियों का काम तमाम कर देने वाली, तकनीक से सज्ज, वीर, सटीक इंफॉर्मेशन वाली और बताए हुए लक्ष्यों को पूरा करने वाली सेना का मान्यवर निर्माण किया है। मान्यवर, ये हमला कल्पना कर लीजिए, कांग्रेस के राज में हुआ होता तो क्या होता। अभी तो भाजपा सरकार है, NDA सरकार है, मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री है, तीनों ने क्लीन चिट देने में 100 दिन लगा दिए। अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार होती तो पाकिस्तान को तुरंत क्लीन चिट मिल जाएगा। रक्षा मंत्रालय की जगह विदेश मंत्रालय काम करता, रातों रात जेरॉक्स मशीनों पर डोजियर तैयार होते, डोजियर वहां भेजते थे और फिर चर्चा करते शर्म अल शेख में, और कुछ नहीं करते साहब। और ये हमें सवाल पूछ रहे, कोई अधिकार नहीं है कांग्रेस पार्टी को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आतंकवाद के बारे में सवाल पूछने का। मान्यवर, इस देश के अंदर आतंकवाद फैला, पनपा, बढ़ा, तो इसका एकमात्र कारण कांग्रेस की सरकारों की लचर और तुष्टीकरण से युक्त वोट बैंक की राजनीति रही है। मान्यवर, और आज हमारा सौभाग्य है कि एक ऐसा नेतृत्व है जो ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल्स भेजता है, डोजियर नहीं भेजता है। मान्यवर, और नेतृत्व सम्मानीय मान्यवर, ये संघर्ष विराम के लिए भी कई सारे कह रहे हैं। मैंने कल सुना राहुल पीओके क्यों नहीं लेंगे, इतना उछल उछल कर बोलते थे। और ये यहाँ पर काफी विद्वान लोग बैठे हैं, इनको कुछ संसद की मर्यादा, संसद में बात करने का तरीका, मतलब वास्तविक चीजें बोलने की पद्धति कुछ नहीं सिखाते। मान्यवर, मैं आज पूरे देश के सामने बात करना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर युद्ध नहीं था। UN चार्टर के अनुच्छेद 51 के चैप्टर 7 के तहत हमने आत्मरक्षा के लिए बल प्रयोग का जो हमारा अधिकार है उसको उपयोग किया था। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो हमला किया, हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों को मारा, और इसके जवाब में आतंकवादियों की पूरी इकोसिस्टम तोड़ने का हमारा अधिकार है, जो विश्व के सभी देशों ने हमारे अधिकारों को स्वीकारा है। वो अधिकार का हमने उपयोग किया था। और जब पाकिस्तान ने ही कहा कि हमें संघर्ष नहीं करना है, तब हमने इसको स्वीकारा। और कहते थे, मैं बाद में बताऊंगा मान्यवर, वो हमें कहने लगे कि भाई क्यों करा, ये ले लेते, वो ले लेते। मैं बाद में जब आपके समय में जो घोषित युद्ध हुए, ये तो घोषित युद्ध नहीं था मान्यवर, मगर घोषित युद्ध हुए कांग्रेस के समय में, इसमें आपने क्या किया है वो बाद में मैं मान्यवर बताता हूं। उसके पहले मैं आतंकवाद के परिदृश्य पर, जम्मू कश्मीर का आतंकवाद का परिदृश्य और देश का परिदृश्य, इस पर बताना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, कांग्रेस देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी है और सबसे ज्यादा शासन भी कांग्रेस और उनके साथियों ने देश पर किया है। उनके समय में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को 3 नासूर मिले आंतरिक सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से। पहले कश्मीर का आतंकवाद, नॉर्थ ईस्ट की इंसर्जेंसी और वामपंथी उग्रवाद, नक्सलवाद, ये 3 नासूर मिले। और 30 से 40 वर्ष तक ये नासूर भारत की धरती को रक्त रंजित करते रहे। न जाने कितने लाल हमारे सेना के, सीआरपीएफ के, बीएसएफ के, सीआईएसएफ के मारे जाते रहे, शहीद पर शहीद। न जाने कितने निर्दोष किसान, न जाने कितने निर्दोष नागरिक आतंकवाद, इंसर्जेंसी और वामपंथी उग्रवाद की भेंट चढ़े, मगर कुछ नहीं हुआ। आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं मान्यवर, कश्मीर के उग्रवाद के बारे में बाद में आता हूं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंसर्जेंसी और वामपंथी उग्रवाद दोनों क्षेत्र में हिंसा में 75% की कमी लाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी। मैं इस पर बहुत ज्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता क्योंकि आज ये विषय नहीं है, परंतु कश्मीर के अंदर जो आतंकवाद था वो मैं इस पर जरूर बोलना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, इसका कारण क्या था? इसके कारण के मूल में जाना चाहिए। जब से कश्मीर का सृजन हुआ, धारा 370 बनाई गई। किसने बनाई? कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बनाई। इसका समर्थन और इतने लंबे समय तक किसने चला? कांग्रेस ने चला है। मान्यवर, इसका स्वरूप क्या था? धारा 370 और 35 से क्या कहती? कश्मीर का एक अलग ध्वज होगा, कश्मीर का एक अलग संविधान होगा और 5 अगस्त 2019 तक ये अलग ध्वज और अलग संविधान चलते रहे। हमारी पार्टी के पहले राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी ने इस धारा 370 के लिए अपना बलिदान देने का काम किया, उनकी हत्या की। और क्या हुआ? इससे हमेशा अलगाववाद को पोषण मिलता रहा कि हम भारत के बाकी राज्यों जैसे नहीं है, हमें कुछ और मिल सकता है, हमारा तो संविधान अलग है, हमारा राष्ट्रध्वज अलग है। तो हर युवाओं को बरगाले, उनको उकसाने का मौका हमने पाकिस्तान और कश्मीर के अंदर पहले अलगाववाद की बात हुई, फिर आजादी की बात हुई और वो ही आतंकवाद का मूल बना मान्यवर। और इसके बाद धार्मिक कट्टरता बढ़ाने वाले सारे संगठन इनकी तुष्टीकरण की नीति के कारण चलते रहे। मान्यवर, जमायते इस्लामी, कई सारे संगठन जो बच्चों में, युवाओं में, किशोरों में धार्मिक कट्टरता पर बढ़ाते रहे, अलगाववाद बढ़ाते रहे, चलने दिया, चलने दिया, चलने दिया। बैन लगाएंगे तो हमारी वोट बैंक नाराज हो जाएगी। मान्यवर, इसके साथ साथ पाकिस्तान ने टेरर ग्रुप बनाए और ये टेरर ग्रुप के प्रवक्ता, इसका नाम है हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस। हर टेरर ग्रुप ने अपना एक ग्रुप, सिविलियन ग्रुप बनाया, इसके साथ चर्चा करते रहे और उनके परिणाम स्वरूप यहां आतंकवाद बढ़ता गया। मान्यवर, मैं आज स्वर्गीय शम्मी कपूर को भी कोट करना चाहता हूं। शम्मी कपूर जी, मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष था तब मिलने आए। उन्होंने कहा, अमित भाई, मेरा जब गोल्डन पीरियड था, मेरा साल का 30% टाइम कश्मीर में जाता था, इतना शूटिंग होता था कश्मीर। और मैं वहां के लोगों को मिला हूं। प्रोग्रेसिव सोसाइटी थी, महिलाएं प्रोग्रेसिव थी, धर्मनिरपेक्ष बात करते थे, सूफी संतों की बात करते थे, वहां पर कश्मीरी पंडित भी मिलते थे। आज मैं देख रहा हूं कि वो बच्चियां पथराव कर रही है। क्या होगा? किसने बिगाड़ा? तब मैं इसके नीचे गया था मान्यवर, तब मालूम पड़ा कि ये जमाते इस्लामी ने पूरी शिक्षा, प्राथमिक शिक्षा पर कब्जा जमा कर रखा था और बच्चों के दिलो दिमाग के अंदर जहर घोलना शुरू किया। तब जाकर स्थिति, मगर कोई भी कभी भी ये कांग्रेस इसके मूल में नहीं गई और मान्यवर धीरे धीरे ये बढ़ता गया। मान्यवर, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने तय किया कि ऐसा नहीं चल सकता और 5 अगस्त 2019 को यही ऐतिहासिक सदन में धारा 370 और 35 और शुरुआत टेररिज्म को फैलाने वाले, अलगाव फैलाने वाले टेररिस्ट और इनकी इकोसिस्टम का एक युग शुरू हुआ। मान्यवर, धारा 370, 35 से हटाए गए जीरो टेरर प्लान बना, एरिया डोमिनेशन की योजनाएं बनी, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की योजनाएं बनी, मल्टी लेवल डिप्लॉयमेंट लगाया गया, तकनीक का उपयोग बढ़ाया गया, जेल प्रबंधन बढ़ाया गया, ड्रोन रोधी सिस्टम और गन तैनात किए गए। मान्यवर, हम सब ने देखा, देश की जनता ने देखा, कई आतंकवादी मारे गए, 10-10 हजार के जनाजे निकलते थे। मान्यवर, हमने कठोर निर्णय लिया, आतंक में लिप्त किसी भी व्यक्ति का जनाजा नहीं निकलेगा, जहां मरेंगे वही दफना दिया। और मान्यवर, इस वक्त कांग्रेस पार्टी ने विरोध किया था, फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी की पार्टी ने विरोध किया था, आतंकी समर्थन को चूर चूर कर नौकरियों से निकाला गया, पासपोर्ट और गवर्नमेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के हेतु इनको अघोषित किया गया। 75 पाकिस्तानी समर्थक सरकारी कर्मचारियों को ड्यू लीगल प्रोसेस से बर्खास्त करा दिया गया। बार काउंसिल सस्पेंड कर भारत के संविधान को मानने वाली बार काउंसिल प्रस्तापित की गई। यूएपीए अदालतों की स्थापना हुई और लगभग मई 22 से लेकर मई 25 तक 2267 प्रकरण यूएपीए के दर्ज हुए। इनकी पूरी टेरर फाइनेंस की इकोसिस्टम को ध्वंस किया। एनआईए और ईडी ने बहुत अच्छी कार्रवाई की, कई एसओपी बनाई गई और 347 संपत्तियों को जब्त कर दिया गया। एक और, जमाते इस्लामी और ऐसे संगठनों को हमने बंद करने का काम किया और दूसरी ओर मान्यवर, इनकी इकोसिस्टम को भी हमने समाप्त कर दिया। मैं आज इस सदन के रिकॉर्ड के लिए बैन किए हुए संगठनों का लिस्ट पढ़ना चाहता हूं। द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट टीआरएफ, जिसने घटना करी थी, पीपल्स एंटी फासिस्ट फ्रंट, तहरीक उल मुजाहिदीन, जमात उल मुजाहिदीन, जम्मू कश्मीर गजनवी फोर्स, खलिस्तान टाइगर फोर्स, हिब्ज उल तहरीर, जमायते इस्लामी, जम्मू कश्मीर लिबरेशन फ्रंट, जम्मू कश्मीर डेमोक्रेटिक फ्रीडम पार्टी, मुस्लिम लीग जम्मू कश्मीर, तहरीके हुरियत, मुस्लिम कॉन्फ्रेंस सुमजी ग्रुप, जम्मू कश्मीर नेशनल फ्रंट, जम्मू कश्मीर पीपल फ्रंट लीग, जम्मू कश्मीर पीपल्स लीग, जम्मू कश्मीर इत्तिहाद मुसलमान अवामी एक्शन कमेटी और इसके साथ साथ सिख फॉर जस्टिस और पीएफआई को भी हमने बैन कर दिया। और मान्यवर, परिणाम क्या हुआ? परिणाम ये हुआ 2010 में 10 से 15 की एवरेज ऑर्गेनाइज टाउन पिल्टिंग, हमने भी दृश्य देखे हुए जो समय कपूर ने चिंता की थी। छोटी छोटी बच्चियां पथराव करती थी, 2564 सालाना होते थे। 2564 पथराव की घटना होती। 2024 के बाद एक भी घटना नहीं हुई। ऑर्गेनाइज हड़ताल, जिसका वो लोग ऐलान करते थे, पाकिस्तान के बैठे हुए हुर्रियत के आका सालाना 132 दिन घाटी बंद रखते थे। 3 साल से एक भी हड़ताल का ऐलान नहीं हुआ है, हिम्मत नहीं है। टाउन पेल्टिंग में नागरिकों की मृत्यु, 112 नागरिक मारे जाते थे, अब 0 मारे जाते हैं। सिक्योरिटी फोर्स का इंजर्ड, साल में 6235 सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस इंजर्ड होती थी, अब 0 हो गई है। मान्यवर, इसके साथ साथ ये पूछ रहे थे, अभी वो शिवसेना की सदस्य भी पूछ रहे, क्या आतंकवाद समाप्त हो गया? इतनी गहरी जड़ें कांग्रेस ने डाली है, समाप्त होने में बहुत देर लगेगी। हमारा प्रयास है जल्द से जल्द, परंतु मान्यवर, आंकड़े में कहना चाहता हूं समाप्ति के कगार पर है। आपको पसंद नहीं आएगा मगर समाप्ति के कगार पर है। पहले 2004 से 14 तक कुल घटनाएं 7217 हुई। 7217, 7217 और जून 15 से मई 25 तक 2150, 70% की कमी हो गई। मानव आतंकवादी घटनाओं में 70% कमी। नागरिकों की मृत्यु 1770 हुई थी, अब नागरिकों की मृत्यु 357 हुई है। मान्यवर, 80% की कमी। और सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस 1060 मारे गए थे, अब 542 मारे गए हैं मान्यवर, 49% की कमी मान्यवर। इसके साथ साथ हमने कश्मीर के अंदर ढेर सारा काम किया है मान्यवर। लगभग 59,000 करोड़ की 53 परियोजनाएं थी। चिनाब पर विश्व का सबसे बड़ा पुल बना, 8.5 किलोमीटर लंबी बनिहाल सुरंग बनी, उधमपुर श्रीनगर बारामूला तक रेल पहुंची, जोजिला सुरंग और बनिहाल सुरंग बने, रोजगारी का सृजन 63,000 लोगों का हुआ। जम्मू देश का पहला शहर बना जहां IIM, IIT और एम्स तीनों संस्थान वहां पर है मान्यवर, पहला शहर। लगभग ऐसी स्थिति कश्मीर में भी तीनों प्रोग्रेस पर है। 40,000 नौकरियां दी, विस्थापितों को प्रतिनिधित्व दिया, कश्मीर विस्थापित कश्मीर पंडितों के 2 सदस्यों का नामांकन करने का कानून लेकर आए, और सबसे बड़ी बात मान्यवर, हमने भारत के संविधान का झंडा कश्मीर में फहराने का काम। ये पूछते हैं क्या हुआ? पहले 3 परिवारों तक राजनीति, ना पंच था, ना सरपंच था, ना तहसील पंचायत थी, ना जिला पंचायत। आज जम्मू कश्मीर में 34,260 जनप्रतिनिधि चुने हुए जम्मू कश्मीर के नागरिकों की सेवा कर। मान्यवर, पहले चुनाव होते थे। मुझे एक सेना के रिटायर्ड जनरल मिले, बाद में मैं बताता हूं। उन्होंने कहा, अमित भाई, हमारा काम तो मुख्य सुरक्षा का नहीं था, वो तो भगवान भरोसे थे। सबसे बड़ा काम फर्जी वोटिंग करना था। कराते थी प्रशासन, हम इनकार करते थे। कई लोगों को मेमो दिए गए, फिर भी हम अड़े रहते थे। 3%, 4% वोटिंग होती थी। आज नरेंद्र मोदी के शासन में जिला पंचायत के चुनाव में 98.3%। जनरल इलेक्शन में अब तक का सबसे ज्यादा वोटिंग आजादी से। ये बताता है वहां लोकतंत्र प्रस्थापित हो रहा है मान्यवर, और 63% हुआ, और 1,000 करोड़ से रुपये से ज्यादा पैसा पंचायतों को सीधा देने का काम किया। मगर मान्यवर, ये क्यों हुआ? मैं आज पूरे सदन को बताना चाहता हूं। मैं अभी इस बात को कभी उजागर नहीं किया, मगर मुझे लगता है मौका भी है और दस्तूर भी है। जब से प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रधानमंत्री की कुर्सी संभाले, तब से उनके दिलो दिमाग पर कश्मीर की शांति का भूत था। अहरनीश सुधर। मान्यवर, 2015 में पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बना। मोदी जी ने मुझे जनरल सिन्हा के घर पर भेजा। जनरल सिन्हा जो कई साल तक कश्मीर में सेवा की है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी सेवा की है, NCR में रहते थे। मैं 3 दिन उनके घर पर बैठा, उन्होंने पूरी डिटेल बताई। फिर कश्मीर से जुड़े हुए 25 लोगों की अलग अलग सूची दी। इनके साथ मैंने घंटों चर्चा की थी, और मोदी जी ने भी अनेक लोगों को बुलाकर चर्चा की। अगर मोदी जी करते हैं वो बताते नहीं है, मगर मुझे कुछ तो मालूम है, क्योंकि काफी सरपंच को मिले थे। इनकी मिनट्स मेरे पास आई थी। पार्टी की दृष्टि से युवाओं से मिले थे, धार्मिक नेताओं से मिले थे, जम्मू के लोगों को मिले, घाटी के लोगों को मिले, और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के MPO को भी मिले थे। और ढेर सारा मंथन 2014 से चलता था। वो मंथन अंत में कश्मीर के अंदर, आज मैं विश्वास के साथ कह रहा हूं साहब, आतंकवाद समाप्ति के कगार पर है। आतंकवाद समाप्ति के कगार पर। एक जमाना था कि पाकिस्तान को आतंकवादी पाकिस्तान से भेजने ही नहीं पड़ते थे। हमारे कश्मीर के युवा हाथ में हथियार उठा लेते। मगर आज मैं 6 माह का रिकॉर्ड इस सदन को बताता हूं। 6 माह में आतंकवादी संगठनों में एक भी कश्मीरी युवा की भर्ती नहीं हुई है, और जो मारे जा रहे हैं वो सारे पाकिस्तान। क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर के अवाम ने मोदी जी की नीतियों को स्वीकारा है। पहले कभी नहीं हुआ सा कि आतंकवादी कोई बड़ा कृत्य करते थे, घाटी में इसका विरोध होता है। मैं आज घाटी की जनता को, जम्मू की जनता को बहुत साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। एक भी गांव ऐसा नहीं था घाटी का जहां ये पहलगाम हमले का विरोध नहीं। और जब तिरंगा घर पर फहराने की बात होती है, जिनके बच्चे आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़ गए, वो माँ बाप भी तिरंगा फहराते हैं। और मान्यवर, आतंकवाद पर तो कांग्रेस को बोलने का अधिकार ही नहीं है माननीय। मैं आज सदन के सामने डिटेल रखना चाहता हूं। अटल जी की सरकार ने निर्णय किया था कि आतंकवाद को समाप्त करें। काफी मंथन हुआ, मंथन के बाद तय हुआ कि मजबूत कानूनी संरचना खड़ी करनी पड़ेगी जिससे इनको सजा कराई जाए। कानूनी संरचना खड़ी करने के लिए पोटा का कानून लाना, एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने विरोध किया। मैं आज वो है नहीं, मगर पूछना चाहता हूं, पोटा का कानून का विरोध किसको बचाने के लिए किया था? खैर, उन्होंने तो विरोध किया, राज्यसभा में गिर गया। अटल जी का संकल्प मजबूत था, भाजपा का संकल्प मजबूत था। पोटा कानून संयुक्त सेशन में पारित कर दिया गया और पोटा का कानून आया, इसका अमल शुरू। मान्यवर, एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इसके घोषणा पत्र में लिखा कि हम पहली कैबिनेट में पोटा का कानून रद्द कर देंगे। अब मैं तो कई बार ऐसा सोच ही नहीं सकता, तो मुझे लगा ये झूठ मूठ का वादा कर रहे। और मान्यवर देखिए, पहली कैबिनेट में ही इन्होंने पोटा के कानून को रद्द कर दिया। और कांग्रेस टेररिस्ट की बात करी, टेररिज्म की बात करी, आप तो उसका पोषण करने वाली पार्टी हो मान्यवर। इसके बाद क्या हुआ? 2005 में रामलल्ला के टेंट पर हमला हुआ, मंदिर उस वक्त नहीं बना था। मुंबई लोकल ट्रेन में 7 धमाके हुए, 187 लोग मारे गए। डोडा में हमले हुए, 34 हिंदू मारे गए। हैदराबाद में धमाके हुए, 44 लोग मारे गए। 2005 रामलल्ला का टेंट, 2006 मुंबई ट्रेन, डोडा 2006, 2007 2 बम धमाके हैदराबाद में, 44 लोग मारे गए। 7 यूपी में धमाके हुए, 13 लोग मारे गए। 8 रामपुर सीआरपीएफ कैंप पर हमला हुआ, 2008 आर्मी के काफिले पर हमला हुआ, 10 नागरिक मारे गए। 2008 आतंकी हमला हुआ, 246 लोग मारे गए। 2008 जयपुर में 8 बम धमाके, 2008 अहमदाबाद में 21 बम धमाके, 2008 दिल्ली में 5 बम धमाके, 2010 जर्मन बेकरी बम धमाका, 2010 वाराणसी में बम धमाका, 2011 मुंबई में बम धमाका, 3 लोग मारे गए। एक भी वर्ष खाली नहीं गए मन में। और हमें पूछ रहे कि आपने क्या किया? 100 दिन तक पूछते ही रहे, कहां गए, क्या किया, क्या किया, क्या किया। अब मुझे बताओ भाई, 2005 से शुरू कर 2011 तक आपने क्या किया? कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्या किया? कौन से कानून लाए, कौन से कदम उठाए, और कब जाकर पाकिस्तान पर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, एयर स्ट्राइक और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का आपने प्रयोग किया? जवाब कांग्रेस पार्टी को, देश की जनता को देना पड़ेगा। मान्यवर, 54 जगह पे देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में 609 नागरिक मारे गए। और मैं आज गर्व से देश के गृह मंत्री के नाते उच्च सदन में कहता हूं, मोदी जी के राज में पूरे देश में कश्मीर छोड़कर कहीं पर भी टेररिस्ट घटना नहीं। और कश्मीर में भी हुई, उरी में हुई, हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कर चेताया। पुलवामा में हुई, एयर स्ट्राइक कर और चेताया। अब नहीं सुधरते हैं, दुम टेढ़ी की टेढ़ी है, हम क्या कर सकते हैं? पहलगांव में करा मान्यवर, घर में घुसकर पटचड्डे उड़ाने का काम हमारी सेना। और मुझे तो कल सुबह याद दिलाने, मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से एक हमारी वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ता है जिनकी उम्र 80 है, उन्होंने उन्होंने कहा अमित जरूर बोलना। अब मैं इतनी वरिष्ठ को टाल नहीं सकता मान्यवर। उन्होंने एक व्हाट्सएप में वीडियो जिनमें सोनिया गांधी जी के घर से दौड़ते दौड़ते सलमान खुर्शीद जी आंसुओं से लहस बाहर आते, बाहर मीडिया खड़ा है, उसके सामने कहते हैं सोनिया जी पूरी रात सो नहीं पाती है, आंसू देखकर मेरी आंख से आंसू दिख रहे। ठीक है भाई, इसलिए आंसू बहाए। बाटला हाउस में वो पाकिस्तान प्रेरित आतंकवादी मारे, उसके लिए। अरे सोनिया जी, आंसू बहाना था तो बाटला हाउस एनकाउंटर में जो मोहन शर्मा शहीद हुआ, इसके लिए बहाते हैं। आप किसको प्रोटेक्ट करें? मतलब वोट बैंक का एक खेल। मुझे पूछते रहे साहब तक भाग गए, आप क्या कर रहे हो? 25 दिन हो गए, 35 दिन हो गए, 40 दिन हो गए, सिंदूर इसका जवाब नहीं, आतंकवादी कहां गए? चलो भाई, ये तो भाजपा सरकार है, सेना ने ठोक दिया, सीआरपीएफ ने ठोक दिया, हो गया हमारे काम। अब मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, दाऊद इब्राहिम जिसने मुंबई में सीरियल धमाके गए, किसके राज में भागे मान्यवर? कांग्रेस के राज में। सैयद सलाउद्दीन किसके राज में भागा? कांग्रेस के राज में। टाइगर मेमन किसके राज में भागा? कांग्रेस के। अनीस इब्राहिम किसके राज में भागा? रियाज भटकल किसके राज में भागा? कांग्रेस। इकबाल भटकर किसके राज में भागा? मिर्जा सादाब किसके राज में भागे? और इसका हिसाब कौन देगा? उनको मालूम था देना पड़ेगा साहब, इसलिए बहिष्कार करते। वो स्वयं भागे, आतंकवादियों को भगाया और वो भी भाग गए। और हमने मान्यवर 11 साल में यूएपीए में 2019 में अमेंडमेंट किया। इसके तहत, अमेंडमेंट के तहत 57 लोगों को आतंकवादी घोषित किया है। एनआईए का अमेंडमेंट किया, देश के बाहर जांच करने के हमने अधिकार लिए। एनएसए का हमने सख्त उपयोग किया, 370 को बैन किया, निरस्त कर दिया, पीएफआई को बैन किया, मैक को मजबूत किया, आईसीजेएस का हमने स्थापना किया, नफीस का स्थापना किया, पीएमएलए से टेरर फाइनेंसिंग को रोक दिया और नेट ग्रिड से माध्यम से पूरे देश के आतंकी संगठनों को एक कंप्यूटर की क्लिक पर लाकर रख दिया। मान्यवर, हमने पूरी इकोसिस्टम तैयार करी। और मान्यवर, ये जो कह रहे हैं, कल पूछ रहे थे कैसे आते हैं, मान्यवर मैं फिर से कहना चाहता हूं कि इतनी कठिन सरहद कई जगह सुरंगें बनाते हैं और बना सकते हैं। मान्यवर, इसको रोकने के हम तकनीकी उपाय कर रहे हैं, कुछ समय में ही हो जाएगा। मगर कुछ नाले ऐसे हैं मान्यवर, वहां इतना बहाव होता है, वहां कोई चौकी नहीं लग सकती, चौकी बह जाएगी। वो घुस रहे हैं, मगर उन्होंने क्या स्टैंड लिया? राहुल गांधी ने कहा, जब 2011 में हमला हुआ, उन्होंने कहा सभी आतंकी हमलों को रोकना संभव नहीं है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने कहा घुसपैठियों को कोई रोक ही नहीं सकता। मैं मानता हूं कि अभी भी पाकिस्तान कुछ आतंकी हमले कर पा रहा है, अभी भी कुछ घुसपैठ होती है, काफी कम हुआ है मान्यवर। मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ बोलने वाला आदमी हूं, देश की जनता सुन रही है, काफी कुछ कम हुआ है, मगर हम कभी ऐसे हथियार नहीं डालते। मैं आज सदन के सामने कहना चाहता हूं, घुसपैठ और आतंकवादी घटनाओं को समाप्त करने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार कृत निश्चयी दृढ़ता के साथ हमारा। मान्यवर, कल राहुल गांधी जी का मैंने स्टेटमेंट सुना, चीन के लिए प्रधानमंत्री क्यों नहीं बोलते, चीन के लिए नहीं बोलते, चीन के लिए नहीं बोलते। अब ये उनके सीनियर लोग हैं, उनका कोई ट्यूशन व्यूशन भी नहीं रखते। मान्यवर, कैसे बोलना चाहिए, क्या बोलना चाहिए, कुछ बोलते ही रहते। मगर आपने जब चीन की लड़ाई समाप्त हुई तब क्या किया था? चीन की लड़ाई समाप्त हुई तब हमारा 38,000 वर्ग किलोमीटर हिस्सा चीन को, अक्साई चीन का देने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी और आपके नाना जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने किया था। मान्यवर, 1955 में देश में बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं, और ये पूछ रहे हैं कि कल मुझे कहने लगे झूठ बोल रहे हैं, मैं आज चीज भी लेकर आया। मैं सिलेक्टेड वर्क्स ऑफ जवाहरलाल नेहरू सीरीज वॉल्यूम 29 पृष्ठ 231 पढ़ रहा हूं, जो नेहरू जी ने स्वयं संकलन करा है। इसके लेखक जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्वयं है। अनौपचारिक रूप से संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका की ओर से सुझाव दिया गया कि चीन को संयुक्त राष्ट्र से तो संबंध किया जाए, यूएन में उसको मेंबरशिप दी जाए, परंतु उसको सुरक्षा परिषद में नहीं, और उसकी जगह भारत को देना चाहिए। साहब, कोई भी देश का प्रधानमंत्री होता धन्यवाद करता और भारत सुरक्षा परिषद में मेंबर बन जाता। आज मोदी जी जो प्रयास करते थे करने की जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ती, हमारे पास भी वीटो होता। परंतु इन्होंने क्या कहा, हम स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते। चीन जैसे महान देश को सुरक्षा परिषद में नहीं रखते हैं तो सुरक्षा परिषद के मायने ही नहीं रहते। ये मान्यवर कांग्रेस का चरित्र कल हमें सवाल पूछे थे। और चलो नाना तो बहुत दूर की बात है, इन्होंने मान्यवर एक प्रकार से चीन के बारे में राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन, जिसकी चेयरपर्सन उनकी माताजी थी, उससे एमओयू किया, चीन से पैसा लिया, हमने एफसीआरए का लाइसेंस यही बिना पर कानूनी तरीके से राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन का एफसीआरए का लाइसेंस कैंसिल कर दिया। क्या राहुल गांधी देश की जनता को एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बता सकते हैं कि चीन के साथ क्या एमओयू हुआ था? मान्यवर, हम जब हमारे सेनानी चीन की सेना के आंखों में आंख डालकर डोकलाम में सीना चौड़ा कर कर खड़े थे, तब ये चीन के राजदूत के साथ गुपचुप मीटिंग स्वयं राहुल गांधी करते। ये तो पीढ़ियों से चीन प्रेम चला रहा है। हिंदी चीनी भाई भाई से शुरू हुआ, सोनिया गांधी के राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन से गुजरता हुआ चीन के राजदूत की मीटिंग तक आया। मान्यवर, और ये हमें कह रहे हैं कि आपने चीन का नाम नहीं दिया। अरे भाई, जब देना है तब देंगे। और हमारे विदेश मंत्री ने बहुत मजबूती के साथ इसका जवाब दिया। हर चीज प्रधानमंत्री को बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, मगर आप देश की जनता को बताओ जरा, क्या एमओयू हुआ था, कितना पैसा लिया गया, चीन के राजदूत के साथ युद्ध की स्थिति में कैसे बात कर सकते हो? और आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हो और 30,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर भूमि चली गई और साहब इरिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी देखे, कहते हैं वहां घास का तिनका भी नहीं उगता। अब नेहरू जी का सर मेरे जैसा था साहब, तो हमारे महावीर त्यागी थे, उन्होंने कहा कि साहब आपके सर पर भी एक बाल नहीं है, क्या इसको चीन बेच दे? क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है? कितने इरिस्पॉन्सिबल जवाब हो। और अभी संधि की बात करें मान्यवर, मैं 71 के युद्ध में हमारा विजय हुआ, इंदिरा जी प्रधानमंत्री थी, बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ, विजय हुआ। 93,000 पाकिस्तान के सैनिक युद्धबंदी थे। 93,000 पाकिस्तानी सैनिकों को शिमला समझौते में लौटा दिया। पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर नहीं मांगा। अगर उस वक्त इंदिरा गांधी, इस देश की दिवंगत प्रधानमंत्री जी, पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर लिखवा लेती तो आज आतंकवाद देश में आ ही नहीं सकता था। मान्यवर, पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर भी आ जाता। मान्यवर, इसके साथ साथ हमारा 15,000 वर्ग किलोमीटर क्षेत्र हमारे कब्जे में था पाकिस्तान, वो भी दे दिया। पाकिस्तान के 93,000 युद्धबंदियों को दे दिया। हमारे सिर्फ 54 पकड़े गए थे, वो वापिस नहीं आए। आज भी इनके परिवारजन उनकी राह देख रहे हैं। मान्यवर, क्या संवेदनशीलता है, क्या समझौता किया आपने? और साहब, जनरल मानेक साहब, जिनको 71 युद्ध का आर्किटेक्ट कहा जाता है, उन्होंने एक इंटरव्यू में कहा था, जनरल मानेक साहब के इंटरव्यू में कहते हैं, शिमला में भुट्टो ने भारत के नेतृत्व को मूर्ख बनाया। वो इंटरव्यू अंग्रेजी में, इसलिए मैं कोट अनकोट पढ़ाता हूं। आई टोल्ड हर, इनटू ब्रैकेट उन्होंने छापा है इंदिरा गांधी, दैट आई टोल्ड हर दैट ही, इनटू ब्रैकेट भुट्टो, आई टोल्ड हर दैट he has made monkey out of you। और ये हमें पूछ रहे संधि क्या? हमने तो युद्ध ही घोषित नहीं करा था, संधि किस चीज की भी? हमारा एक लिमिटेड एग्रेशन था, टेररिज्म पर हमारा हमला था और हमारे आत्मरक्षा के अधिकार का उपयोग करते हुए, और ये हमें पूछ रहे हैं। चिंता मत करो राहुल गांधी, पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर की चिंता है ना, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही ला देगी पाक ऑक्यूपाई। आप नहीं ला पाए, कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं ला पाई, हम ये लाए। और मान्यवर, पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर छोड़िए, पाकिस्तान की रचना ही कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की थी। मैं कम से कम इतना तो जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह सकता, मैं उस वक्त निर्णायक स्थिति में होता तो भारत माता के टुकड़े कभी सिग्नेचर नहीं करता। उम्र हो गई थी, जल्दी थी, प्रधानमंत्री बनना था, देश के टुकड़े टुकड़े करते, आज तक देश पछता रहा है। मान्यवर, आतंकवाद के मुद्दों पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों में हमारी देश की फजीहत करते। मुंबई अटैक के बाद शर्म अल शेख सम्मेलन हुआ, जिसको पूरी दुनिया की डिप्लोमेसी में बलूचिस्तान ब्लंडर के नाम से जानते हैं। उसमें प्रस्ताव किया कि दोनों देश आतंकवाद के शिकार हैं। अब भला दुनिया में कोई पाकिस्तान को आतंकवाद का शिकार कह सकता है क्या? लोग हमारे मरे हैं, जवान हमारे मरे हैं, और आपने उनको पाकिस्तान को सर्टिफिकेट दे दिया। मान्यवर, और भारत पाकिस्तान के आधिकारिक बयान में भी बलूचिस्तान का जिक्र किया। इनका आंतरिक मामला था। हमारा कोई लेन देन नहीं है बलूचिस्तान में जो घटनाएं हो रही। मनमोहन सिंह स्वीकार कर आए, और उसके बाद में उन्होंने कहा कि टेरर की घटना और वार्ता, उसके बीच में कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं। भगवान भला करे, देश की जनता का नरेंद्र मोदी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, वो चीज को नरेंद्र मोदी ने समाप्त कर दी। जब तक टेररिज्म नहीं रुकता है, वार्ता नहीं हो सकती। मान्यवर, आज ये लोग जो बोल रहे हैं, विदेश नीति पर सवाल उठा रहे हैं, मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं कि मोदी जी को G20 कई सारे देशों को मिला है। राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में एक स्टडी करा दो, हर देश में हुआ G20 और भारत में हुआ G20। हर देश की राजधानी में जाता है। मोदी जी G20 को हर राज्य में ले गए। माननीय, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारी क्षमताएं, हमारा पावर, हमारा लोकतंत्र पूरी दुनिया के सामने रखने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया, और पूरी दुनिया स्वीकार कर रही है कि पूरे अब तक के G20 सम्मेलन में सबसे सफल G20 सम्मेलन है। और मान्यवर, इसीलिए पूरी दुनिया में कई सारे राष्ट्राध्यक्ष है। मान्यवर, किसी भी देश के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष को 27 देशों का सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान, और ये विदेश नीति की बात है। 27 देश अपने सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान से नरेंद्र मोदी को सम्मानित करते हैं। भाई साहब, ये सम्मान नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नहीं है, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का है, भारत की 140 मोदी जी ने देश को सम्मान दिला है, देश की 140 करोड़ जनता को गौरवान्वित किया है। तो मोदी जी का नेतृत्व जो है, माननीय, भावुक नहीं है। भावुक नेतृत्व होता है, वो रोने भी लगता है, कई बार शकम भी हो जाता है। मोदी जी का नेतृत्व संवेदनशील भी है, निर्णायक भी है और दृढ़ भी है। मैंने देखा है कोरोना 370 ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, ये सारा छोड़ दो। कोरोना में मैंने देखा है, इससे बड़ी आफत इस सहस्त्राब्दी में भारत पर नहीं आई थी। अड़ीग होकर अपने रास्ते पर चलते रहे, और जब कोरोना समाप्त हुआ, पूरी दुनिया ने कहा सबसे अच्छा प्रबंधन भारत ने किया। और उसका कारण जब ढूंढा गया, मैं भी स्टडी करने वाले कुछ लोगों को मिला था मान्यवर, जब कारण पूछा गया, स्टडी किया गया, तो सबने कहा कि पूरे विश्व में कोरोना के सामने सरकारें लड़ती थी, हमारे यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री, भारत सरकार, राज्य सरकार और 140 करोड़ लोग एक साथ कोरोना के सामने लड़ते थे। मजाक उड़ाते, घंटी बजाने से कोरोना चला जाएगा, दिया जलाने से चला जाएगा, कर्फ्यू करने से अपने आप चला जाएगा। उनको मालूम नहीं था, जनता के मन में जागरूकता लाते थे। और जब, मुझे तो ठीक याद है, मोदी जी ने टीम गठित की टीका बनाने के लिए, तब जयराम रमेश जी, नाम मत लीजिए, रिकॉर्ड पर मत लीजिएगा, तब कांग्रेस वाले इनका मजाक करते थे कि भारत टीका बना लेगा। मान्यवर, सबसे पहले टीका बनाने वाले देशों में भारत है, और इसी के कारण हम बचे थे। मान्यवर, 11 साल में समग्र दुनिया ने भारत की क्षमता को स्वीकारा है। भारत 11वें नंबर से चौथी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना। जीडीपी हमारा 4.19 ट्रिलियन हो, $1 ट्रिलियन की डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था बनी। प्रति व्यक्ति आय, जयराम रमेश जी हमेशा पुस्तक पूजा करते हैं, निर्मला जी बताती भी नहीं है, 68,572 से बढ़कर 1,33,488 हो। मान्यवर, राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग का नेटवर्क 60% बढ़ा, 159 ऑपरेशनल एयरपोर्ट है, 31 लेकर मोदी जी ने इनिंग शुरू करा था, अभी समाप्त नहीं हुआ। 136 वंदे भारत ट्रेन है, 1500 ट्रेन अमृत स्टेशन योजना के तहत विकसित हो रहे हैं। 97% से अधिक भारतीय रेल का विद्युतीकरण हो चुका है। भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल फोन उत्पादक देश बनने के कगार पर है। भारत तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बन चुका है। मोदी सरकार में 118 यूनिकॉर्न बने। रक्षा क्षेत्र में हमारा उत्पादन 1.27 लाख करोड़ हुआ और निर्यात 21,000 करोड़ हुआ। विश्व का सबसे बड़ा पुल भारत में है, विश्व का सबसे लंबा पुल भारत में है। देश का सबसे लंबी अटल सेतु भारत में बनी। भारत का पहला वर्टिकल लिफ्ट रेल पुल मोदी जी के समय में हुआ और सबसे बड़ा NH भी मोदी जी के समय में बना। और सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि, कई पीढ़ियों से गरीबी जिनको दस रही थी मान्यवर, 60 करोड़ लोगों को घर में बिजली, गैस, शौचालय, शुद्ध पीने का पानी, 5 किलो अनाज और 5 लाख तक का इलाज देने का काम। ये नहीं समझ रहे। आपकी जो इच्छा हो, मैं मान्यवर एनालिसिस के साथ इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के पूर्वक कहना चाहता हूं, जब भी भारत की आजादी का इतिहास 25 साल के बाद शताब्दी के वर्ष लिखा जाएगा, ये मोदी एरा स्वर्ण अक्षरों से लिखा जाएगा, किसी में से। और मान्यवर, कई सारे चीजें जो भारत के स्वाभिमान से साथ जुड़ी थी, हमारे इतिहास के साथ, हमारी संस्कृति के सम्मान के साथ, वो सारी चीजों को इन्होंने 75 साल तक लटका कर रखा। मैं आज एक लिस्ट पढ़ना चाहता हूं। अचीवमेंट जो हुए, आर्थिक विकास हुआ है, प्रजा का आत्मगौरव उड़ा है। आर्टिकल 370 को हमने हटा दिया, 3 तलाक समाप्त कर दिया, UCC शुरू हो चुका है, राम मंदिर का निर्माण अयोध्या में रंग चंग के साथ हो गया। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में मातृभाषा में शिक्षा पर हमने बल दिया। काशी, उज्जैन, शारदा पीठ, करतारपुर कॉरिडोर बनाए, राजपथ का नाम बदलकर कर्तव्य पथ रख दिया, योग को वैश्विक पहचान दिलाई, नया सैनिक चिन्ह वीर छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के निशाने पर रखा, संसद के अंदर सेंगोल की स्थापना की, राष्ट्रीय युद्ध स्मारक का स्वदेशी निर्माण किया, अंडमान और निकोबार द्वीप समूह के नाम बदलकर सुभाष बाबू और परमवीर चक्र विजेता बने हुए हमारे सेनानियों पे साथ रखे। और इसके साथ साथ कई सारी उपलब्धियां ये एरा में हुई। मान्यवर, सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि है 2047 में मुझे एक विदेशी पत्रकार ने कहा, मैं लंबा बैठा था, मैं उनकी थॉट प्रोसेस को जानना चाहता। अब मैं जो सुनना चाहता था तीसरे ही वाक्य में आ गया कि अब भारत को कोई रोक नहीं सकता। तो मैं उनको पूछा क्यों?
उन्होंने कहा अब तक भारत ने अपना लक्ष्य ही तय नहीं किया था, कैसे अचीव करता। मैंने बोला अब क्या हुआ? क्या मोदी जी ने तय कर दिया कि जब 100 साल का भारत होगा, आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब विश्व में हर एक क्षेत्र में हम नंबर 1 पर होंगे और महान भारत। और मान्यवर, मुझे मालूम है मोदी जी का ये भाषण, मोदी जी का संदेश आज 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का संकल्प बना हुआ है और मुझे विश्वास है 140 करोड़ भारतीयों पर और हमारे युवाओं पर। शायद हमें से काफी लोग 2047 में नहीं होंगे, परंतु 2047 में जो भी भारतीय होंगे वो देखेंगे कि विश्व में भारत नंबर 1 बन चुका है। मान्यवर, भारत को नंबर 1 बनना है तो हमारी बाहरी सुरक्षा और आंतरिक सुरक्षा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की चर्चा में मैं देश की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं, युद्ध होता है तो हमला वहां पर से भी होता है, यहाँ से पर से। एक भी हमला ऐसा नहीं जाएगा जिसका जवाब दिया नहीं जाएगा और आतंकवाद को हम समाप्त कर कर रहेंगे। 31/3/26 को नक्सलवाद समाप्त हो जाएगा, इसमें किसी को शंका नहीं। और अंत में जिन जिन सदस्यों ने इसमें हिस्सा लिया है, बहुत सम्मान के साथ उनका धन्यवाद कर और फिर से एक बार ऑपरेशन महादेव में जिन्होंने हिस्सा लिया है वो सभी को पूरे सदन की ओर से और व्यक्तिगत मेरे रूप से बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं।
The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. on Thursday, the 31st July 2025.
Donald Trump's trade tsunami has finally hit. India had been expecting this for a while, but when the bomb drops, it's always harsh. This time, it's a 25% tariff bomb on India, wrapped in Trump's traditional cocktail of grievance, exaggeration, and performative fury. He says India has too many tariffs, too many trade barriers, too much business with Russia, and this all needs to be punished. Well, starting August the 1st, he declares India will pay, and there will be penalties if India doesn't behave. But here's the thing. India was actually fully prepared for this. There's rarely anything subtle about how Trump does diplomacy. This is not a surprise. In fact, India likely saw this coming a mile away because this is exactly how Trump sets the stage for a negotiation. He throws a grenade in the room and then waits for everyone to come out coughing so he can then offer them a deal. He did this with Japan. He did it with the EU. He even tried it with China, and clearly it hasn't really worked with India. This is classic Trump playbook. Threat first and then transaction. I would actually go ahead and say this particular threat from Trump is proof that India has stood its ground. But here's what's different this time. India has proven not to be a pushover and certainly not going to get flustered because Trump thinks mentioning Russia, oil and weapons is some kind of masterstroke. India knows exactly what this is. A little performative menace to build up leverage. And India isn't biting. In fact, it's doing the diplomatic equivalent of standing its ground and maybe even smirking a little. Because this is the same Trump who not too long ago was busy getting one of his top generals to praise Pakistan as an incredible counter-terror partner. This is the same Trump who wined and dined Pakistan's army chief weeks after Indian tourists were killed in Pahalgam by Pakistani terrorists. The same Trump who lied about mediating an India-Pakistan ceasefire and tried stealing credit for India's military operations. So let's just say American hypocrisy on Pakistan doesn't really sting anymore. We've seen it all before, and India knows better than to read these moves at face value. After all, there is a negotiation going on. India is transactional when it comes to self-interest as well. This isn't even an emotional issue, and many people are tempted to be angry or stung by Trump's words. This is Trump's diplomacy. It is a Broadway show in many ways, full of muscle flexing, bluffing, and threat theater. These are the lubricants of the Trump machine. This doesn't mean that India isn't taking this seriously, not for a moment. It is. And it doesn't mean that this is good news. It isn't. This is the US president, and a 25% tariff is no joke. But India, all I'm saying, is not rattled. It's not unprepared. It will play hardball, possibly right back, to the extent that it's in our interest. This isn't the collapse of trade ties or relations, as some may be tempted to say, even though it definitely will affect the larger fabric, perhaps, of India-US relations. It's just the latest chapter, however, in navigating the wild west of Trump world. And India, let's just say, has read this script before. So there's no panic. It's just time to prep work for what comes next. And finally, I wanted to say, Trump's tariff bomb is also a huge self-goal, isn't it? Because implicit in Trump's imposition of 25% tariffs on India is the confirmation that the US president has been dishonest in his claim that India agreed to a ceasefire with Pakistan when he threatened there would be no trade deal. He has claimed about 29 times so far that India accepted his deal for ceasefire offer, right? Since there is no deal and instead this tariff bomb, are we to infer that Trump has been lying all along and has just admitted to doing so? Joining me live now for the serious questions on what this Trump tariff bomb really means tonight, I'm very happy and privileged to be joined by Ambassador Javed Ashraf, former Ambassador of India to France and Monaco, one of India's best-known veteran diplomats. Ambassador Ashraf, welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting. There was a live coverage going on of Parliament. Harsh Gupta Madhusudan is a fund manager and author. Willem Buiter is an American-British economist and independent economic advisor as well. We also have Kushal Mehra, who's an author and podcaster with many strong views on this topic. Ambassador Ashraf, I'm going to kick it off with you. Your first reactions to what's going on. To the Indian public, a trade deal was being negotiated. There was expectations that there could be some hardball from Trump. This one was particularly harsh. What do you think, sir?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on the show. I think it was not very surprising because the signals were already coming. And despite some very strong, intense, frequent efforts by the Indian negotiators for a trade deal, I would say of a level of engagement and investment that is unprecedented in such a short period of time. And naturally, given that it is our largest export market, but we didn't reach any kind of a deal and we were getting signals. But I'd like to point out two things on this show. One is that when he made this announcement, you could see that it isn't just about trade. He's brought in geopolitical consideration. Yeah. Ironically, about Russia, on which his ambivalence has been extremely well known. Second, you've pointed out right now that he said that he brought about a ceasefire between India and Pakistan by using the leverage of trade. Clearly, that is very obvious now that that wasn't the case, and that only bears out what the Prime Minister and government of India have been repeatedly stating, that there was no truth to his claim. And certainly there was no question of any discussions on trade at that point of time. The third thing I wanted to point out, that President Trump hasn't really been engaging in any trade negotiations. It's been a deal in the sense of take it or leave it. It's been asymmetric. Remember, even with his closest allies, Japan, Korea, and now European Union, it's really very one-sided. You will have to pay tariff. I don't have to pay tariff. Second, you have to buy a certain quantity of energy, defense equipment, and you have to invest several $100 billions in the US economy. This is of doubtful enforceability in the first place. The legality of what he calls a deal is absolutely questionable. So I think at the end of the day, what we have done is actually negotiate in good faith, but at the same time stand very clearly with regard to the red lines of India's interest. And having dealt with the United States for over a decade, I can tell you that some of those outstanding and sticky issues have been around for more than a decade, particularly with regard to agriculture, dairy, genetically modified crops. It was almost a deal breaker during President Obama's visit and subsequently during other summits from 2010 onwards. But we are very clear, and I think the fact that we have not succumbed as some of the major partners have, European Union, for example, which has left many countries in Europe deeply unhappy with that one-sided deal.
Yes.
We have said we're ready to negotiate, but we will not succumb or surrender in the sense of sacrificing the vital interests of our farmers, of our small-scale industries, or some of the most sensitive and vulnerable sectors of our economy. And also in addition to that, I mean, you cannot force and compel a country to say that you have to buy a certain quantity of energy, you have to buy a certain quantity of defense equipment, and you're forced to invest. I mean, government of India can't tell private sector to invest in the United States in certain measures. So I think that, overall, it is, again, something which you have to juxtapose against our openness to trade. We've just had a very comprehensive India-UK CETA. We've had with EFTA last year, with Australia, UAE. We're negotiating with EU. And today, in fact, in Indian Express, I have written a piece which is called Trade in the Time of Disorder, which speaks about a transition from multilateralism to bilateralism and regionalism. India has actually been taking a sort of a pioneering steps in this over the past few years, recognizing the trends. So it just shows that India is open to and willing to negotiate a fair, balanced, non-coercive trade agreement with the United States.
In fact,
but if the other side is not willing to understand that, then we'll have to find. But here, I think we need to not get into an alarm because, negotiations will still continue. Second, our trade community will respond in different ways, maybe perhaps initially absorb the tariff through cost. Maybe we can offer, easier interest loans and maybe also perhaps some ways support some of our more sensitive...
Ambassador Ashraf, sorry to interrupt you. We're just getting some breaking news precisely on what you're talking about. The government has just issued its first response, formal response on Trump's tariff announcement. This is the government's official statement. They've said they've taken note of Trump's statement and that they are studying the tariff implications. The government has said it is committed to these trade talks and committed to protecting trade interests and will protect national interests. So that's the statement that's just come out from the government at this time. I want to read that out again and I'll get a reaction from Ambassador Ashraf on that. He says, the statement says, have taken note of the Trump statement, studying tariff implications, remain committed to trade talks, committed to protecting trade interests, will protect national interest. Ambassador Ashraf, what do you think? That's what the government has said.
I mean, that's precisely what I was saying, that, we've taken note of it, we'll remain open to negotiations. 1st of August is in the end of the, life over here. There will be negotiations in August, and we will take this. But I think we're very clear about our red lines, and it is something that the United States will have to accept because these are some very vital national security and national economic interests, particularly of the most vulnerable sections of our society, the farmers, the workers, the small-scale sector, the dairy farmers, etc. Those we will take into account. And I think this has been a very good, very measured response to this. And as I said, that in the immediate aftermath of this, we will have to study whether what they have announced is inclusive of that baseline 10% tariff, which in any case will apply to everyone. Second, we'll also have to examine what happens to the sectoral tariffs, which are already there. And then proceed on that basis of seeing what they negotiate with us on. Otherwise, I think in the meantime, the government will also work with the exporters to ensure that ultimately that we are able to remain competitive in the interim period till we strike a deal with the United States, which, as I said, has to be fair, balanced, legally enforceable, and it's not something which is what we are seeing in President Trump's tendency to negotiate with himself in public, raise tariffs, lower tariffs, change it another day. So this has to be put on a predictable platform. And in the meantime, industry and the government and the financial sector will have to work. We'll have to look through whether we can also work on currencies. For example, whether we can allow a certain degree of depreciation of the rupee to compensate for higher tariffs, provide easier loans, maybe provide some degree of subsidy to some of the most difficult, sensitive export sectors in India. So all of this will be on the table now. But this is not the end of the story.
Not the end of the story. I'm going to thank you for that analysis, and it was good to have you while that statement just came in from the government. Ambassador Javed Ashraf, thank you so much for being with us here on this special edition of India Matters. Maria Shakil breaking that statement from the government first here on NDTV. Maria, what are you hearing from the corridors of power? This statement says they will protect national interests. They're studying the implications of this. Trade negotiations are still very much on. What's the government got on its mind about its next steps?
Look, Shiv, this is how the governments respond. This is how the governments react when the talks are ongoing. That's the reason why there is a great degree of caution in this statement. If you look at it, Government of India clearly saying that, yes, we are aware of what has been put out on Truth Social by Donald Trump. But when it is about India and Indian interest, the interest of the farmers, the entrepreneurs and MSMEs is priority for the Government of India. And if you would remember, Shiv, even in White House, Prime Minister Modi was complimented by Donald Trump when he said that Prime Minister Modi is a tough negotiator. So even the US side realizes that when it is about these deals, India will always put the interests of Indians first.
Maria, thanks very much for that news break. Important statement coming in from the government, and it says it is continuing to be committed to these trade talks. Okay, we'll try and get a more detailed word from the government in just a short while from now. And I finally have some time to go to my guests, and my apologies right off the bat to all of them for coming to them this late. You saw that we were on Parliament and then we had all this breaking news. I have time for one comment from each of you. I'm so sorry. Harsh Gupta, I'll quickly come to you first. What do you think of what Trump said? What are India's options right now? Negotiations still very much on. August the 1st is only a couple of days away.
Thank you so much for having me on your show. In any negotiation where the other guy is using a maximalist strategy, where I partially disagree with the Honorable Ambassador who just spoke, it's not about what you can further concede, it's also how you can inflict pain. That's very important to understand. Because, for example, Trump's tariffs are all focused on goods. He does not talk about services where America has a structural advantage. We have given a complete carte blanche to US big tech. Just to give you some numbers on that, official trade might be just in the $10-20 billion, but if you then include numbers that is routed through Ireland, it's another $20-30 billion. The deficit we always talk about is a goods deficit, but if you include software, internet, routed, rerouted, education spent by Indians in America, actually there is a study by GTRI which shows that the deficit is gone. In fact, even might be a surplus for the US. Most important thing is, first and foremost, put US big tech on the negotiating table. Put the companies, for example, Microsoft removed Nayara's access to its own data for a time, for 1 day, yesterday, even though it's a completely incorporated Indian business. And we should not take that lying down at all. There should be punishment for that. It should not just be forgotten. Number two, we must increase the defense budget. If you do not have a stronger defense spend, indigenous especially, you will not be in a position to negotiate any kind of geopolitical or economic upside. 2% is absolute peanuts for India as a percent of GDP. Even Europe is talking about 5%, even though they're including infrastructure and all of that by 2035. Number three, we have done too much of a good thing of virtue by having extremely tight and conservative fiscal and monetary policy. This, of course, relates to the first 2 points about, how do you put the domestic demand. So again, I disagree with the ambassador. It's not time to be defensive and again start depreciating your own currencies. Create domestic demand in India. We have a lot of slack. And number 5, finally, do not think of Indian IT exports or GCCs, Global Capability Centers, as a vulnerability. We have a tendency to be goody-goody front bencher boys thinking, hum ye karenge, they will remove that from our... No, there is no other talent pool in this world at that cost, at that depth, and scale, which can service Fortune 500 businesses. That is actually a point of strength and negotiation, not vulnerability. We cannot appease the bully. You have to be able to inflict damage to the bully. Otherwise, this negotiation might just settle with some optical concessions. But it's not just about Trump. It will be another president later on. This is not about waiting out till the midterms next year. J.D. Vance will follow Donald Trump. Somebody else will follow the prototype. You have to hit back at the bully.
Willem, what do you think? How are you reading this? Do you think these endanger trade talks, or this is just signature Trump, hardball?
Yeah, this is not a trade deal. This is a one-sided, rock-hard move by a bargaining bully. 25% baseline tariff is punitive, even if it includes the 10%. It does not even include, most likely, the 10% BRICS tariff that the US has threatened this before, and nor does it include the penalties for purchases of fossil fuels and military equipment from Russia. So it is very aggressive. And the US can afford to do this because the US is a much more important market for India, accounting for about 11% of Indian exports, than India for the US, which is less than 3% of US exports. But this is the beginning of negotiation which will last and which will, in all likelihood, result in India lowering some of its tariffs, which are high by international standards, outside the US now, and also removing some of the non-tariff barriers to trade, which Trump, I think, legitimately refers to. But no, this is an aggressive move trying to gain the upper hand in a tough set of negotiations.
Very interesting. Kushal, I've been following some of your posts as well on this. You said, remember, most of our exports to America are IT services. Goods exported to America are negligible. If I remember, it's less than 2%. India should look for a mutually beneficial trade deal. Let Trump type in all caps all his life. What do you think India should do back? You've heard Madhusudan, you've heard Willem as well. You've heard some of the politicians speak as well. What do you think needs to happen, Kushal?
Well, I think we need to buy more oil from Russia. That if that makes Trump throw a hissy fit, it would be so entertaining. For starters, he'll write in all caps again. I just love his all caps tweets. So for me, it's personally entertaining. See, India should not be put on a negotiating table with any country where there is a gun on one side and then you're just supposed to put your hands up. That's not how you negotiate. This is classic fluff and bluster by Trump. India should not be bothered by it. The best way to deal with Trump is not respond. Learn from the Australians, learn from the Japanese. Don't be belligerent with Trump. You feel he does these things. That's his way. He thinks he's the best negotiator, I don't know, on planet Earth. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. My whole thing is that it doesn't bother India beyond a point. It only bothers America because of all these IT services that Harsh spoke about, right? Now, if they tariff them, it's going to add to a cost to the Americans. It's not going to add a cost to the Indian side. So to assume that now something like this is going to... And remember, India has already reduced tariffs on multiple items that the Americans are already interested in selling to us. So it's not like India has not given America a goodwill gesture. So anything Trump does at this point of time is ridiculous. And at least one thing is put to rest, that Trump did not cause the ceasefire now, because he can't cause the ceasefire and then say, I will put tariffs on you. You can't have it both ways.
I'll give 30. I have enough time to give about 30 seconds to each one of you. Madhusudan, you wanted to come in quickly? Harsh?
Yeah. Shiv, the broader point here is that we are seeing the ushering in of a G2 world. If India really wants to be a genuine independent pole in this geo-economic order, we have to pay up for this. Enough rhetoric, have a defense budget, have the iron that backs what you're saying. Then you can actually remember this time Pakistan, China, for right now America are all hostile. There is no Soviet Union. Bangladesh is also in a hostile regime. India is in a very difficult spot, and we are not spending as much we have to. Good defense indigenization has civilian spillovers, has innovation spillovers. It's the closest thing to a free lunch that we have in political economy today. We are wrong on this. We are being too conservative. Most politicians have to be stopped from spending too much. We have actually, in this case, out of complete sincerity, made a vice out of a virtue. We have to spend more on defense, on innovation, on infrastructure. We need domestic demand. We need to use our scale to negotiate more. There is no strategic altruism. All that is nonsense. It was never there.
I agree.
This is time to be really hardball.
Willem, do you think India will play hardball back, and India should play hardball back in this situation?
I don't think she should play hardball. Should keep on negotiating and try and get a deal on the secondary sanctions over Russia and get the US tariffs down to the Japanese type levels of 15%. I don't think that under Trump anything lower is likely. Only the UK, which has a trade surplus with the US, has managed to sort of get it down to 10%. But I definitely think there is scope for calm but determined negotiation.
45 seconds left, Kushal, to you. Will India play hardball back? You know, we've heard the prescriptions now. Hoga ya nahi hoga?
Obviously, it's going to happen. You're going to have a trade deal most likely by September or October. This is classic Trump. Look at what happened with Japan. This is exactly what happened with Japan. Now they have a trade deal with Japan. This is what he did with the United Kingdom. He's going to do this with every country. And then they say, it's like Trump is the epitome of Besharmi. That I have to admire him for that. There are many Besharams on planet Earth. There is no Besharam bigger than Trump. I think he deserves a Nobel Prize for that.
He deserves a Nobel Prize for that. Okay, we'll end it on that note. You know, there's a lot of humor, there's a lot of histrionics, there's certainly a very thick layer of a theater of the absurd when it comes to dealing with Trump. I think that just goes with the recipe, whether it is politics, diplomacy, or trade transactions. It's definitely all there. But thank you very much. This was all too brief. Again, my apologies to all of you. I couldn't come to you for a third round of questions. I did want to do it, but that's how live TV works. So my apologies to all of you, but learned a lot. Thank you very much. It's a story in motion, and hopefully we'll get some of you back as we continue to navigate this story on the Trump tsunami that has just hit. We will leave it there for the moment.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine Finer Finesta.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Finesta windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine Finer Finesta.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
आप एक गुंडे जैसे कर रहे हो
सुनो
सर।
मेरी
आप तो
आपने मेरा
Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%. Is that what you're tracking, or what do you think the rate will be for India?
That they are going to pay 25%.
Yeah, that India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%.
Yeah, I think so. Look, they're my friends, and he's my friend. And, you know, they ended the war with Pakistan at my request, and that was great. And Pakistan did also. You know. India's been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years. But now I'm in charge, and you just can't do that.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal
opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. We focus on the two big headlines of the day. India faces a new economic challenge from US President Donald Trump, who has gone ahead and announced a 25% tariff on Indian exports, which is effective from August 1st. What will this mean for the Indian economy, diplomacy, and the future of India-US trade ties? We'll have a panel of experts to decode that for you. Half past the hour, talks have been suspended, trade is frozen, and airspace has been shut. Yet cricket continues, with India and Pakistan set to clash in the Asia Cup on September 14th. A national debate has erupted. Should cricketing ties survive when everything else is on ice? Our top story. US President Donald Trump has announced 25% tariff on India, whom he called a US friend. Trump, in fact, took to Truth Social and said, and I quote him, "Over the years, we have done relatively little business with them because their tariffs are far too high, among the highest in the world, and they have the most strenuous and obnoxious non-monetary trade barriers of any country," unquote. Trump had earlier hinted at a 20 to 25% tariff on India, and the final levy was still not finalized, as the two countries, remember, are in the middle of negotiations ahead of the August 1st deadline. Hours later, he announced a 25% tariff plus a penalty. The president's comment came ahead of the deadline, when a slew of reciprocal tariffs is set to take effect. Let's first listen in to what Donald Trump said.
India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%. Is that what you're tracking, or what do you think the rate will be for India?
That they are going to pay 25%.
That India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%.
Yeah, I think so. Look, they're my friends, and he's my friend. And, you know, they ended the war with Pakistan at my request, and that was great. And Pakistan did also. India's been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years. But now I'm in charge, and you just can't do it.
The Indian government a little while ago gave first response to Trump's tariff announcement, saying that it is studying its implications. The government added that India and the US have been engaged in negotiations on concluding a fair, balanced, and mutually beneficial bilateral trade agreement over the last few months. We remain committed to that objective. The government has also said that it will take all steps necessary to secure our national interests, as has been the case with other trade agreements, including the latest comprehensive economic and trade agreement with the UK. Let me bring in Surjit Bhalla first. Dr. Bhalla is an economist and former executive director of IMF for India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka. Dr. Bhalla, one would say that that's how countries negotiate. Even while the deal is on, the negotiations are on, for Donald Trump to use the harshest of words and put it out on social media, is that what India is dealing with? Is this some kind of maneuvering or blackmailing? What exactly is it? Or some kind of pressure tactics?
No, I wouldn't use the term blackmail at all. Maneuvering, definitely. That's what negotiators do. But, you know, what we need to recognize is what Trump is saying, and I've said this before on your channel, is absolutely correct. We have the highest tariff rates in the world. And it's not just me. You ask any Indian economist, not the government bureaucrats, but any Indian economist, as whether we have the highest tariff rates in the world. We do. Second, as I have stated, and many others have stated, negotiating with the US for lower tariffs is in India's best interest. Don't do it because Trump wants you to do it. Do it because it is in your interest to do it. And we haven't done that. And the point I want to make, we thought that there would be a difference because of the close relationship of Modi with Mr. Trump, and the changed fortunes of India under Prime Minister Modi, that we would have the courage and the mindset to reform. But we haven't. There is no difference between what the Congress has been saying all along, vis-a-vis trade deals, etc., and what Mr. Modi is saying. So what's the difference? Again, I conclude by saying it is in our own personal interest that we reduce the tariffs. And we haven't done so. It doesn't appear that we have done so as yet.
Dr. Bhalla, another aspect of this announcement on Truth Social, which came from Donald Trump, was of penalties. So my question is, can the US unilaterally impose penalty tariffs for India's purchase of Russian military and energy goods under existing trade rules? Or does this really violate WTO norms?
This keeps coming up. That's a very good question. Does it violate WTO norms? The two biggest trading partners in the world, not necessarily partners, the two biggest trading nations in the world are US and China. And they have continuously violated WTO rules. You see the fact, basically, which WTO rules allow you to export to another country, like China does to Vietnam, and for Vietnam to go and send it to the US under the stamp of Vietnam. So let us not have that crutch that we are playing by the rules when nobody else does, and especially not the two biggest trading nations in the world.
And would you say that this announcement also reflects some kind of personal frustration with India's trade policies from Trump's first term, or a broader Republican shift away from viewing India as a strategic partner?
Look, as I keep saying, this has, if you will, nothing to do with Trump or the Republicans or their relationship with India. We are our worst enemy. We have imposed this on ourselves, and it's about time we realized that it's in our own interest to do this. I don't care whether it is, let's take the example of the UK. We have reached a trade deal with the UK. Well, the trade deal with the UK had nothing on BITs, the bilateral investment treaties. That's been postponed. We keep postponing. So this is what we've been doing. We've had 3 months or 4 months or 5 months to negotiate with the US, and we are at exactly the same place as we were 5 months ago. So what have we negotiated? And last, one of the items of disagreement between the US and India are farm tariffs. Now, the Supreme Court, after the farm laws failed, after the farm laws were withdrawn, the Supreme Court ordered a survey of farmers in India as to how many of them would be in favor of the farm laws. 87% of Indian farmers are in favor of farm laws. So why are we catering to the 13%, the big guys with the deep state, the bureaucrats who control farm policy, and the industrialists who control farm policy? Why aren't we in favor of the farmers? 87%. So therefore, it is us. Please I plead with India, and I've pleaded with Indian officials and everybody. It is our problem. Don't blame it on Trump, or don't blame it on nationalism, or whatever your interest might be.
All right, Dr. Surjit Bhalla, really appreciate your time. Let me bring in Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary of India. Gurcharan Das is an economist. Anjali Prasad is India's former ambassador to the World Trade Organization. We have Ambassador Sajanhar joining us as well. Ms. Prasad, I'm going to begin with you, because lots being said about this kind of announcement and also penalty which has been announced. So the question that I asked Mr. Bhalla, as someone who has worked at the WTO, does this actually violate WTO norms?
Thank you for having me on your show, Maria. First of all, may I say that I am a bureaucrat. I was a bureaucrat. So, I am also trained in economics. Now, if I were to answer your question in one word, it is yes. It violates all principles and norms of the multilateral trading system. You cannot unilaterally alter your tariff, impose such tariffs on any member country. That is one. Secondly, this penalty. What is this penalty? We don't understand until we actually see it in black and white. Penalty tariffs, there is nothing like penalty tariffs. You impose certain duties when you violate certain provisions of the WTO, like safeguards, anti-dumping, things like that. But to impose duties just because, in your opinion, a country has so-called high tariffs, and then impose certain so-called penalties, rather, is something that is completely ultra-vires the WTO rules.
All right, thank you for putting that in context for our viewers. Ajay Dua, let's get into specifics now, because there's a lot of concern about the sectors. What specific Indian goods or sectors will be hit by this 25% tariff, and how might this impact bilateral trade volumes between US and India?
Maria, as you know, India's exports to the US are about $86 billion. As against it, our imports from there are much less, at about 45 billion, giving a trade deficit of 41 billion in our favor. So we have a trade surplus. The US's concern has been that this persisting trade imbalance between India and the US needed to be corrected. India should be importing more goods from the US. So we have in the past, I'm giving this background, we have in the past made conscious efforts to bridge this gap. If you include the services imports from the US, what the gap I mentioned was in the merchandise exports, merchandise trade, including royalties, services, and the arms which we get from the US. If you include that, the surplus is already in favor of the US. It is a trade balance clearly of all the goods and services, then the US is not badly off. Having said that, I'll also like to point out that the average tariff, which President Trump talks about so loudly and so frequently, that India is the highest tariff country in the world, the average tariff of the goods which we import from the US, and that includes his favorite Harley-Davidson motorbikes, about which so much has been said in the last 20 years, is 13.2%. The difference and what the US levies on our exports is about 3.2%. So there is a differential of 10%. Okay. But that's not unprecedented in world trade. I did hear Dr. Surjit Bhalla talk about it and say that India is a highly taxed country, etc. All that's very fine. I wanted to just put it with facts and figures. The differential at 13.2%, we look good. It does look considerable, but it is not humongous considering that our trade with the US is limited to 129 billion dollars.
Okay.
Second point I'd like to make is that the goods which you asked me about,
yes,
what could get hit is we export a lot of gems and jewelry items to the US. That's probably one of our largest items. A second large item is automobiles and the components. We also export, actually, in the top 10 items which are there, we also figures petroleum. We are a large exporter because of our low cost of refining to US, China, as well as Netherlands, a large exporter of petroleum. We refine it. Some of our biggest refineries do that. And that gets added in our figure for 86.5%, 86.5 billion. And also, we are an exporter of pharmaceuticals. Okay. In addition, textiles and tea, our traditional exports also have a fairly large presence in our figure of 86 billion. So all of these, there is a certain duty already there. 10% was levied across the board on all the items by President Trump as soon as his second term started. So is the differential going to be only 15%? Okay. Or is this 25% over and above the 10% which was there? That's yet to be clarified. And finally, I think that while negotiations are underway, yes, 5 rounds of negotiations have been held. If we are able to enter into a bilateral trade agreement in the next few days, I think the burden of this higher rate of duty of 25%, which is coming for geopolitical reasons rather than whatever President Trump might have said about it being highly.
Gurcharan Das, a response from you, and then I'll speak to Ambassador Sajjanhar with regards to the strategic autonomy. Please go ahead. Gurcharan Das.
India's number one priority is jobs.
Yes.
45% of our working population is on the farm, and only half of that is needed. And so therefore half is redundant. And the problem is that we have failed to create an industrial revolution. And to do so, we have to export. No nation became a middle-class nation from a poor nation without exports. So therefore, the best examples were the Asian countries, the Asian tigers who become middle-class countries. And they did it through labor-intensive manufactured exports to the United States primarily. So therefore, our tariffs need to be competitive to the East Asian, to the ASEAN countries in particular, and countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, whose tariffs are 20 and 19%. So we will be disadvantaged, and if this goes through, this is bad news. Even the great Apple story that we are in the midst of, the iPhones, is threatened now with this. So the point for India is, Surjit is absolutely right. It's in our own interest to do this, to join up with the global value chains. And so the attitude today is still the attitude of the past, and we have to look to the future. And therefore, I would say that this is bad news. I would hope that our trade agreement we should put some priority and energy and urgency to the trade negotiations, because frankly, India needs the United States. So it's in our own interest to look to the future. And therefore, I think that really if this goes through, this is bad news for India. We are giving up our future if we allow this kind. And it is, as Surjit pointed out, it's our fault that we are in this situation. And so let's do what is in our own interest.
Okay. Ambassador Sajanar, how do you think this tariff decision will affect India's strategic autonomy? Because given Trump's criticism of its defense ties, our defense ties with Russia and energy trade amidst this entire Ukraine war.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maria. If you permit, I'll just make one or two comments on the discussions we've been having so far. I think having low tariffs is something like talking about motherhood and apple pie. Everyone says it's very good to have low tariffs. And it's not that India has said that we will not have low tariffs. We have stated we are going to have low tariffs. We have reduced tariffs on 90% of our goods that are coming from the United Kingdom. We have signed FTAs with Australia. We have signed FTAs with UAE. We are going to have an FTA with the European Union. With the United States, it was only a bilateral trade agreement. It was a mini agreement trade deal. It was not a full-fledged FTA. And there also, I think there was, comments have been made, we need to give priority, energy. I think we've been giving priority and energy. That is why Prime Minister Modi visited the United States on 13th of February, within a month of Trump taking over, because we are interested in this relationship. Our Commerce Minister, their Commerce Minister, they have come to India. We have tried to negotiate this deal. And there are a couple of items. All others, what I understand from press reports, they were resolved, but there were issues like, some of the agricultural products, soya, etc., that Mr. Trump is particularly interested. As far as dairy products are concerned, as far as GMOs are concerned, those are some of the red line issues on which we have stood firm. And I think what Mr. Trump has come out and the sort of language that he has used, I think it's both an unfriendly act and an unfriendly language, in terms of, obnoxious, and it shows the peak. He's trying to sort of, make a point. Now, coming to, the point, the last point here also is, it's not only that the penalty that he's talking about is ultra vires the WTO. It is, the coercion that he is using to reduce tariffs outside the ambit of the WTO. That is also ultra vires, because that is the platform. WTO is the platform where countries go to discuss and decide and negotiate tariffs. And we have negotiated our tariffs on different products, on different countries in the WTO. So we are very much in consonance with our international and global rights. Now, as far as, the question that you have put, I think it definitely does leave a bad taste in the mouth. But then that having been said, I'll make 2 points. Number one, our relationship with the United States is not based only on trade. There are so many other issues, whether it is technology, whether it is defense, whether it is our diaspora, whether it is, in terms of geopolitics, our cooperation in Quad and counterterrorism. So it's a huge spectrum of relations. So I think that we need to continue. We need to focus on how we can get out of this problem that Trump has put us in. Okay. Also focus very much on our FTA that we have signed with UK, have an FTA with EU also, without much loss of time, and look at alternative. I can understand it's a $86 billion trading relationship with the United States. It's a significant relationship. Okay. We need to preserve it, but then we need to go out also and look at other markets and other partners also.
Okay, I have just enough time for the last word to the woman on the panel, Ms. Prasad. What options does India have through WTO, bilateral diplomacy or counter tariff to respond to this?
Maria, you see, a number of options are available. As per the rules, number one, you can go and dispute against this. But then disputes take a long time to fructify, to settle, and you don't get what is called a temporary stay. So you might have to suffer whatever you will with this action. That is one. Second, you retaliate, have the guts to retaliate and say that if this is done unilaterally, we will be forced to do something unilaterally on the items that the US exports to India. But we need to actually take very studied action. We need to read the fine print. This has to come out as a notification. It can't come out as a social media statement. We'll need to see what items get affected, how they get affected, whether at all we would be in such a lot of trouble, or in the medium term, we would be able to find alternative markets. So as for the rules, we can go to dispute.
Okay.
But do you want to take a dispute which could take years to settle?
That's right.
And yeah, and so it is always, the preferred option is always to talk across the table. Okay. What is called our Article 22 consultations, which are prior to taking a member state to dispute. So we can at the most start Article 22 consultations if we want to be very tough on the rules. But the ideal thing would be to sit across the table and talk it out.
All right.
The second point I really want to make is that this whole business about a bilateral deal is again outside the rules of the WTO. There's nothing like a bilateral deal that you can have, because whatever tariffs you reduce or increase would have to be multilateralized. That is one. You can't exceed your bound tariffs in any way.
Okay.
That is the second. So if you have space between applied and bound tariffs to play around with, and you think that you can, it's in your national interest, it's another matter. But to say that this will remain a bilateral deal, I really don't think so, because either you have an FTA, which is a derogation from WTO rules, which you can have just bilaterally. But this kind of a deal, which is neither here nor there, is certainly not going to be restricted to the United States.
All right.
The competitive exporters might make better use of it than the United States.
All right, Ms. Prasad, a pleasure having you on my show. Ashok Janhar, Gurcharan Das, Ajay Dua, thank you for joining us
Thank you so
on the
much.
show tonight.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to another story now, the Pahalgam horror is still fresh in country's mind. The anger with Pakistan has not subsided, nor will it anytime soon. In such a situation, in such a scenario, is a cricket match with Pakistan feasible and tolerable? BCCI has green flagged India-Pakistan match on September 14th in UAE as part of the Asia Cup tournament, but the decision has outraged citizens who are asking, is this the time to play cricket with Pakistan, especially when India has snapped all its trade ties with Pakistan? Will BCCI prioritize country over cricket? First up the story, then I bring in the guests.
Talks, no. Trade, no. Airspace, no. Water, no. But cricket, to play or not to play.
They're up against it.
Amid the national debate over India-Pakistan's match in the upcoming Asia Cup tournament in UAE, the legends have upped the game. Seniors India team has pulled out of the World Championship of Legends semi-final against Pakistan. The WCL is being played in England, and India and Pakistan did not face each other in the league stage. But will the BCCI take the Legends lead and boycott the Asia Cup matches with Pakistan? India has snapped all ties with Pakistan since the Pahalgam terror attack. The scheduled India-Pakistan match at Asia Cup on September 14 has evoked strong reactions. BCCI has come under severe criticism for going ahead with the match, though the emotions are still running high over Pahalgam and post-Operation Sindoor. From social media, the issue also spilled into Parliament, where AIMIM MP Asaduddin Owaisi questioned the board's nod for the game.
किस सूरत से आप पाकिस्तान से क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे जब हम पानी नहीं दे रहे हैं 80% पानी पाकिस्तान का हम रोक रहे हैं ये कहकर के पानी और खून नहीं बहेगा आप क्रिकेट मैच खेलेंगे मैडम मेरा ज़मीर तो गवारा नहीं करता कि मैं उस मैच को देखूंगा क्या इस हुकूमत में इतनी हिम्मत है कि उन 25 मरने वालों को फोन करके कहे कि देखो हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में बदला ले लिया अब तुम पाकिस्तान का मैच देखो.
However, top sources have confirmed to NDTV that the clash will not be cancelled. They maintain that this is not a bilateral contest, but a match in a multi-nation tournament. If India does not play or forfeit the match, it will give Pakistan a huge advantage. This will be like giving them a walkover, which is not desirable. India and Pakistan are likely to come face to face on 3 occasions in the UAE. The issue has also divided the cricketing fraternity, while former captain Mohammad Azharuddin is against India playing Pakistan. Former captain and BCCI chief Saurav Ganguly has changed his tune and is now for sports to go on.
I was always very clear on that. If you play with everything, otherwise don't play. I mean, this is for anything, for that matter, for anything. So when you don't have good ties, there's no point. Playing in ICC tournament or the ACC tournament.
India-Pakistan cricket has always depended on government permission. So if the government allows the games to be happen, it will happen. India-Pakistan have always played in Asia Cup and World Cups. The bilaterals have not been happening for a while. So nothing has changed.
The Sports Ministry has maintained that any bilateral sporting engagement with Pakistan is out of question at this point. But in multilateral contests, it would go by the Olympic Charter, which prohibits any discrimination based on political issues, which is why the government has stated that it will not stop Pakistan from coming to India for international events. However, the 8-nation Asia Cup is not an ICC event and will be conducted by the Asian Cricket Council, ACC, which is currently led by the Pakistan Cricket Board chief. But can sports go on when nothing else can? Can profit override national sentiment and patriotism? Will the men in blue go the legends' way, or will the BCCI continue to have its say?
Joining me on the show tonight, Madan Lal, former Indian cricketer. We have Rakesh Rao, senior sports journalist. Akash Gupta is a senior sports journalist and cricket commentator. Sunil Doshi is also joining us. Madan Lal, starting with you, at a time when diplomatic ties are virtually frozen, cross-border terrorism remains a concern. Is it tenable for India to play Pakistan on a global cricket stage?
If you ask me my personal opinion, we should not play against Pakistan. But again, the government has given the permission and ACC is organizing this event. And ACC, the India, Pakistan and other country comes in with the ACC. So they who was sitting there, One of our person was sitting there, Mr. Rajiv Shukla was sitting there about all these things, whether we should play or not. And the government has decided to not to play bilateral series, but they can play outside. But there's a double standard, I think. See, they have cancelled the WCT match, but they are playing in the Asia Cup. I can't understand, You have to make a policy somewhere. You have to say, right, we are not playing. You have to take a decision. But again, they are saying that we are looking for a Commonwealth game, Asian game, and the Olympics. And looking at all these things, projecting the country, they have given the permission.
Okay.
This whenever this India-Pakistan match comes, series comes, so there is always going to be controversy. Pakistan is not going to stop. They're going to do the same thing again and again.
Okay, Rakesh Rao, the question certainly is this dual policy consistent or simply selective morality? Because if it's ACC tournaments in which India is justifying to play Pakistan, then why refuse bilateral series?
Maria, I have been very, very clear on this, no matter whether there was, there's this thing about India choosing to play at neutral venues or not. Once you decide India is not going to play Pakistan, that's it. In the sense, after what happened in Pahalgam, our ministers say that the Operation Sindoor is not over, it's still on. And then BCCI, obviously with the connivance of the central government or the express consent, Rajiv Shukla goes there. I mean, in fact, he attends the ACC meeting. Obviously, when he says yes, he could have taken that decision on his own. That means government has backed BCCI's proposal to whether to play Asia Cup or not. If you remember, not so long ago, India had made it very clear that we are not going to take part in the Asia Cup. Don't forget, it's an ACC tournament, all right, but India is the host. What prevents you from saying, take away the hosting rights from us? The situation doesn't allow us to play this time around. Let the situation be any different. Nothing has happened. Even if you go into appeal in a court of law, the first, and if you seek relief or anything, the first thing that the judge asks is, what has happened between the last date of hearing and today? There has to be a different situation, a different set of proof for you to seek relief. Here, there's no such thing has happened. India has just decided, all right, and where they're hiding is that it is not a bilateral thing. It is a thing where a lot of other countries are there, multilateral stuff. That we have heard it all in the past. But what happened to Pahalgam? What happened to Operation Sindoor? What happened to the sentiments of the common man on the street? I fail to understand this. I mean, I'm actually appalled, which I've maintained. I'm surprised. I'm deeply disappointed by the stand taken by the central government, by the BCCI, and they haven't paid any heed to how the national sentiments prevail at this point in time, the existing ones. They can talk about Olympic Games, they can talk about the IOC Charter. Sorry, 2025 July, I don't think this is the time to take that decision. Within 100 days of what happened, we have forgotten everything, and we still want to ensure that cricket and cricketers don't suffer. I don't back that at all.
Akash, the point here is that if we are not playing Pakistan, and if the government decides that there'll be no question of having any kind of sporting ties with Pakistan, shouldn't that be formally announced? I mean, why, if after every terror act, when the government has responded in the last 10 years, we have seen some kind of chatter around some tournament, some cricket engagement with Pakistan, and then it comes to a neutral venue. Why have any ties at all? Shouldn't India agree that when it is about Pakistan, there'll be, it's almost a case of banning a sporting nation? You have to unmute yourself, Akash.
I completely agree with you, Maria. This is actually something that I have been talking about on a couple of shows as well. See, I think the two things here. One is that this is a case of complete confused messaging. Because on the one hand, you are trying to tell the world that stamp Pakistan with the stamp of being a terrorist state. And on the other hand, you want to go ahead and play cricket with Pakistan. Now, if I could go back in time, there was a time when South Africa was under apartheid law, and India was one of the first, if not the first country, which said we are not going to have any cricketing relations with South Africa. So I completely agree that some sort of very clear messaging needs to come out where everybody is on the same page and they say, look, if we are not having anything to do with Pakistan and if we have no relationship with them whatsoever and for just cause, then why go ahead and play cricket with them regardless of whether it's a multilateral tournament. The messaging that comes out is we are not playing bilateral cricket with Pakistan, but when it comes to multilateral tournaments, there are certain compulsions. And of course, there's the financial angle, there's the whole economy of cricket that has to be taken into account. I understand that. But at the end of the day, for the common man, for the person watching on television or cheering in the stadiums, he or she is not going to understand these nuances. Because on the one hand, you are saying this is what Pakistan is doing. They're coming in and they are literally killing Indians. And on the other hand, you're saying, let's go and play cricket with Pakistan. Now, there is a certain argument, Maria, that politics and cricket and politics and sport overall should be separated. And I am all for that. But this relationship that India has had with Pakistan, especially given what happened in the recent past, has changed all of that. That is point number one. Point number two, I think it is high time that someone steps up to the plate and takes responsibility to take this call. Now, if you ask the BCCI, they will say that at the end of the day, it's the government's call. And let me put this very, very clearly on the table. The fact that Mr. Naqvi announced it on social media that these are going to be the dates of the Asia Cup, he could not have done it without being told that he has got a green light from the Indian side as well. Remember, as far as the Pakistani side is concerned, Mr. Naqvi himself is the interior minister. So there is a direct political link there, and he could not have announced it without getting the nod from the Indian side. But if you ask the government or anyone from the government, then the common refrain that you hear from them is that they don't have any control over the BCCI, which still continues to be an autonomous body. The National Sports Governance Bill, we all know, has been tabled, but it hasn't been passed by both houses. And of course, hasn't got the President's consent yet. And once that happens, there is a clause that the Sports Ministry can take these calls on behalf of the BCCI. But are you actually telling me that if someone in a position of authority picks up a telephone and says, look, let's not do this, will the others not fall in line? So as far as I am concerned, there's a lot of confused messaging happening. And even for people like us who follow the game on a regular basis, we need one single thing where someone comes and says, look, either we are playing or we are not playing.
Yes.
This somewhere in the middle.
I agree with you, Akash. There's a lot of confused signaling here. And given the kind of diplomatic muscle India has within the ICC and global cricketing community, Mr. Doshi, why has India not managed to isolate Pakistan the way it has done so diplomatically and politically?
नहीं, आप बिल्कुल you are taking a very correct point, because it's not that you are not playing with them. Basically, they should be separated from the whole cricketing and other sporting activities, you know, because जैसे कि हम हिंदी में भी कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद एक असभ्य हरकत है और जो वो क्रिकेट है वो सभ्य लोगों का खेल है। तो कहते हैं ना कि सभ्य लोगों की बस्ती में असभ्य लोगों का क्या ज़रूरत है। तो ये बात ज़रूर है कि ये दुनिया को हमें बताना चाहिए कि पाकिस्तान इस तरह आतंकवाद में आगे बढ़ रहा है और दुनिया भर में इस बात को मालूम है लोगों को कि अब पाकिस्तान क्या कर रहा है और उनके कारण दुनिया भर में जितनी अस्थिरता फैली हुई है आतंकवाद के संदर्भ में। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि दुनिया भर में ये बात फैलानी चाहिए, उनको खेल के सभी क्षेत्रों से अलग करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। हम अलग हो जाएं, we become separated and we are not we are not able to take part. Tomorrow suppose we take part in javelin, and Indian person say is pitted against a Pakistan person who is now a gold medalist. Tomorrow we can't forego the event. Tomorrow India is going to play a T20 cricket in Olympic. will not forego it. So main thing is that somebody, I mean, instead of our going out कि हम आपसे गुस्सा हो गए, हम आपसे नाराज हुए, हम अलग हो जा रहे हैं, इसके बजाय लोगों को ये बताने दो कि सबको उनसे नाराज होने दो, क्योंकि वो असभ्य हरकत कर रहे हैं. क्रिकेट सभ्य लोगों का खेल है, इसमें असभ्य लोगों का कोई हाथ नहीं है, उनकी कोई जरूरत नहीं है. तो वहां पर भारत की जीत हो सकती है. लेकिन हम अगर गुस्सा करके अलग हो जाएंगे तो मेरे ख्याल से दिस विल बी इंडिया's loss.
Okay, so Rakesh Rao, would refusing to play Pakistan undermine India's dominance on the cricket field, or would it send a stronger global message about where we have drawn the line?
Maria, I have maintained this for a very long time, and I'm, at the risk of sounding very repetitive, let me say this again. That India, at this point in time, less than 100 days, we are actually taking a somersault from our position. We should not be doing this, what we have actually decided to do. That is one. Number two, if we say that if we are not going to play Pakistan, the kind of, the kind of ramifications that we are likely to face, all I'm saying is, don't play Asia Cup this time around because you are the host. You have the right to decline to host the event. Period. That is about Asia Cup. Going forward, we are looking too far ahead. I am telling you, tomorrow another attack happens. Then what will be the stand? Then the ACC's, the ACC's commitment to, the broadcasters. That is also, that will take a beating. All the stands, everything that we are talking about at this point in time. If there's a Pahalgam too, what happens? Everything changes, the equation changes. Then the government will say, no, then we are the ones who are going to take a call. BCCI is not going to take a call. But that has been the stand. Every time Pakistan invites India to play or Pakistan decides to host an ICC event, it is a foregone conclusion that India is not going to travel. And the BCCI says that unless the government allows us to go, we won't go. But in this case, suddenly the sports ministry says BCCI is an autonomous unit. How do you remember these things so selectively? Why can't you take a stand? I'm really surprised that day ACC announced the schedule, Indian side has been silent. There's been no official word from the board, from the ministry, from the government. Why? That means they've already told Rajiv Shukla to go ahead and express India's consent to them. A muted one at that, but that is what has given ACC the right to declare the schedule and so on and so forth. So I'm not waiting for anything else to happen. I think India has agreed. Tomorrow we are going to see India going to play there. But I wish and play something happens between now and September 9 and India doesn't play. That is A. And boycotting Pakistan on every kind of a platform, it doesn't matter because India is a cricket-loving country. If Nadeem and Neeraj are up against each other tomorrow, nobody is going to bother. Nobody is going to say, why is Neeraj taking part in the same event? But India and Pakistan playing even an under-19 cricket tomorrow, that will become headlines and me and you will be sitting on a show like this and talking about it. It doesn't happen with any other event. Let there be athletics, let there be table tennis, badminton, any sport. Nobody gives a rat's ass there. But the point is, you have to understand that India-Pakistan cricket, be it a women's cricket game or 2020, anything, everybody wakes up. That is what the problem is. So boycott Pakistan as far as Asia Cup is concerned. Just take a decision, not host the decision. That is because we are the host. Let things happen as they happen. But this time of the year, this time in time, please don't play Pakistan.
Okay, so then in that case, Madan Lal, one may ask, what will it take for India to take that stand? And also, can India really afford to pull out of an ACC tournament match without facing fines or sanctions? Or do you feel that BCCI can lobby for changes in the ACC's stance on ties with state sponsors of terror?
See, Maria, BCCI is not going to pull out. They're going to play. It's as simple as that. मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि नहीं करेंगे ये और ये डिसीजन भी नहीं लेंगे. डिसीजन इन्होंने जो लिया है, that's why they are playing. And Nakabi, there is another thing, which is a commercial angle. This India-Pakistan matches makes a lot of money, and Pakistan needs money. We are better off, financially. But nothing is going to happen to the Indian cricket team. They're going to still the same. But it is going to damage Pakistan, not us. But stand kaun lega? Nobody is going to take a stand, I'm telling you. Whatever you say, पुलवामा की आप बात करते हैं, हमारे जो लोग हैं कितने ज्यादा उनको आहिस्ता आहिस्ता भूलते चले जा रहे हैं. ये बड़ी गलत बात है. कितने लोगों ने, जितने भी ज्यादा लोग शोर मचा रहे हैं भी हमें नहीं खेलना चाहिए, ये नहीं करना चाहिए, तो उनको उनकी हमदर्दी के लिए कौन गया है वहां पे? कहाँ उनको लुक आफ्टर करने के लिए लोग जा रहे हैं? पर जिनके तो चले गए, जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनसे जाके पूछिए ना, वो क्या फील करते हैं? वो तो बेचारे, उनके लिए तो सारी उम्र का लिया वो दाग दबा लग गया. बट ये हमारी आदत है, हमारी हैबिट है, we keep on forgetting. And then it comes to the cricket matches, then it comes to the financial, then it comes to the ICC tournament, the ACC tournament. We're not playing at home, then we're playing outside. It's going to be same like this, whatever you say is going to be the same. But if I ask me, I will never have any tie with Pakistan, because unless they stop all this terrorism, that sort of thing. That's my personal view. And they will do it again. You wait for 1 year or two.
You have made a very passionate argument, and so have Rakesh Rao, sir. But I want to understand then, why is it continuing? If this is not really reflecting the national sentiment, the Indian public feels today that Pakistan should be punished. You have stopped, we have put the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Then what is stopping you from ensuring that even the cricketing ties are stopped? Why do you think we are not able to do it?
Because we are not strong enough to take a decision. Simple as that. Because आप डिसीजन ले लीजिए ना, एक बार कि हम नहीं खेलेंगे. और सेंटीमेंट जो लोगों के हैं वो देखिए, ये हमारे कंट्री में बहुत एक बड़ी आदत है. ये 15 दिन, 20 दिन, 50 दिन, 100 दिन, उसके साथ आहिस्ता हम उसके ऊपर पानी फिरता चला जाता है. जो कि जिनके, जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा ना, जिनके चले जाते हैं लोग, उनको पूछिए, उनके लिए तो एवरीथिंग इज गॉन. तो ये चीजें स्ट्रॉन्ग डिसीजन लेना बड़ा जरूरी है बीसीसीआई के लिए. बट डिसाइड तो बीसीसीआई नहीं किया, यहाँ गवर्नमेंट ने डिसाइड किया ना. पब्लिक ने तो डिसाइड नहीं किया. यहाँ पर पब्लिक अगर आप ओपिनियन लेंगे तो पब्लिक तो हमेशा कहे कि आप मैच मत खेलिए पाकिस्तान के. तो ये दैट्स व्हाट माय ओपिनियन इज कि इट्स गोइंग टू बी लाइक दिस all most of the time.
All right, Madan Lal, Rakesh Rao, Akash and Sushil Doshi, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We certainly hope, because there's a lot of time till 14th of September, there is a rethink on this, because that's not reflecting the national sentiment of the country. An India-Pakistan match at this point is certainly avoidable. A quick break and then we return with some more news.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ.
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं.
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Finesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India matters with Shivaru.
discussion over Operation Sindoor continued in Parliament. Home Minister Amit Shah today spoke in the Rajya Sabha. This came a day after his fiery speech in the Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi, remember, continued to target the Prime Minister, now questioning his silence on former US President Donald Trump's claims. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has issued a sharp rebuttal. Another highlight was when Samajwadi Party MP and veteran actor Jaya Bachchan sparked a row today after she questioned Operation Sindoor's name and asked why it was named so when the Pahalgam terror attack actually destroyed the Sindoor of so many women. Let's listen in. I'm leaving you with this. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
There was no cause. Prime Minister, between Prime Minister and President Trump. मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं वो कान खोल के सुन लें कि 22 अप्रैल से 16 जून तक एक भी फोन कॉल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के बीच में नहीं।
Prime Minister has not said that Trump is lying. It's obvious what has happened. सबको मालूम है बोल नहीं पाए. That is the reality. नहीं क्योंकि सच्चाई है ना. अगर पीएम ने बोल दिया तो फिर वो खुल के बोलेगा और वो पूरी सच्चाई रख देगा, तो इसलिए नहीं बोल पाएंगे. नहीं अभी क्या होगा, अभी वो कह रहा है. वो कह क्यों रहा है? क्योंकि वो अपनी ट्रेड डील चाहता है, तो वहाँ पे दबाएगा इनको. आप देखना कैसी ट्रेड डील बनती है.
एक तो मैं आप लोगों को बधाई दूंगी कि आपने ऐसे लेखकों को रखा हुआ है जो बड़े बड़े नाम देते हैं. ये नाम सिंदूर दिया क्यों? सिंदूर तो उजड़ गया लोगों का, जो मारे गए, जिनकी पत्नियां रह गईं.
प्लीज
आप बोलिए. Either you speak or I will speak.
जज आप बोलिए प्लीज. एड्रेस द चेयर.
मैं छोड़ूंगी.
यू एड्रेस द चेयर.
I will not.
जो आप बोल रहे हैं वही रिकॉर्ड में जाएगा. केवल जो आप बोल रहे हैं वही रिकॉर्ड में जाएगा.
When you speak, I don't interrupt. When a woman speaks, I never interrupt. So please mind your tongue.
अब पृथ्वीराज चौहान अकेले नहीं है. उनके बाद जया बच्चन भी कहती है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का नाम सिंदूर क्यों रखा. सोचे किस प्रकार की मानसिकता है. मतलब कि पहले ऑपरेशन महादेव के नाम पर सवाल खड़े करते हैं, सांप्रदायिक बताते हैं पृथ्वीराज चौहान. उससे पहले उदित राज ने बोला ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सांप्रदायिक है, और अब जया बच्चन बोलती हैं कि सिंदूर नाम क्यों रखा. आपके पास लेखक बहुत अच्छे हैं जया बच्चन जी. सिंदूर आतंकियों ने उजाड़ा, पर वही सिंदूर केवल श्रृंगार नहीं, शक्ति का भी परिचय है. वही सिंदूर सामर्थ्य का भी परिचय है. यही संदेश देने के लिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम रखा गया.
Hello, Moto.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analysed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive, while benefits for some conditions like heart disease
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the programme, a storm brews across the Pacific as former President Trump threatens to slap steep tariffs on our nation's exports to America. What is Trump's reasoning? To shield American jobs and curb our trade surplus. But there's a sharper edge, additional tariffs if India continues its fuel imports, branding them a prop for hostile regimes. Now, this isn't just trade policy, it's a challenge to our sovereignty. India has always made the point that we will continue to import oil from Russia. Now, these tariffs could hit our textiles, pharmaceuticals, IT sectors very hard. It will also raise costs for American consumers. It potentially risks thousands of Indian jobs. The fuel penalty stings deeper, targeting our energy security while ignoring India's complex geopolitical balancing act. Yes, we import oil from Russia, but aren't we also investing billions in renewables? Is what Trump is doing fair at all? Now, Donald Trump's move demands a response. It's a test of India's resilience. Some say that we face these challenges and we'll work that relationship with America once again. Well, joining us now, Ambassador Manjeev Puri. I'm also joined by Dr. Anshul Avijit of the Congress and Rajat Sethi, the economist. Ambassador Puri, how do we resolve this mess with America?
Vishnu, thank you very much for having me on the program. Look, we have an ongoing set of relationships with the United States. And even on the matter of tariffs, their trade team is coming here towards the end of August. Look, I don't think this was particularly unexpected. The figures, exactly 25%, etc., may have been expected to be a little lower, 17 that the Indonesians got. And the fact that we are importing oil from Russia, and they've been saying about it, and you know that we have been on record, our ministers have said, look, we have to do what we have to do for our national interest and for the well-being of our people. We've said it. Now, therefore, these things are there. They are okay. This is the way the world sort of interacts. And hardball politics is being played by President Trump. We are a large country, a very large player, but also a country which believes that good relations with the United States is important, and I think we will continue to deal with it. I want to make one or two small points to you. Our total trade with the United States is about $125 billion. We export about 85 and they export about 40. Our trade to the United States, principally our exports to the United States, consist of bulk drugs. I'm not so sure they can easily replace them so easily, and polished diamonds, etc. So, you know, Vishnu, it isn't such a simple matter. This tariffs is not a straightforward matter. Mr. Trump and his advisors argue it's great for the United States. Most economists say that it'll hurt you, at least in the short run. We'll see what happens, but it gives a signal, as you very rightly said. It signals that, you know, are you truly friend or you're not? But I would separate that. I would say, let's look at it like this. This is a relationship between two large economies. Mr. Trump is doing what he thinks is good for his politics and for his country. We need to do what is good for us, continue our engagement with them. That's important.
All right. Anshul Avijit, do you believe that India needs to continue our engagement with the United States? Donald Trump says something in the morning and changes his mind by the evening.
No, Vishnu, this was not an engagement. There has been no engagement. There was no negotiation. This is a one-way street. You know, this is a classic case of India getting bullied by the bully. The Modi government can bare its fangs to the opposition, to the people of India, but it can't do it to the US. It hasn't been negotiating. There have been 5 trips. Mr. Piyush Goyal has gone there a couple of times. What was the end of it? What was the conclusion? It's been zilch. They have been terms have been dictated, and we are forced to follow it. Doesn't speak well of our foreign policy. Doesn't speak. And by the way, everything will now be affected, right? So all these years of currying favor with the Modi government and Abki Baar Trump's Sarkar Namaste Trump and all that has come to zilch. That's number one. Our exports are going to be severely affected. Vietnam has got a less tariff than we have, so our China plus policy will go into shambles. Anyway, our manufacturing was a complete disaster, as we've seen by it barely rose above 17% as a percentage of our GDP all these years. Modi promised to bring it to 25%. That's failed. So our economy is completely in shambles anyway. This is going to be severely affected. We no place in the negotiating table over there. Our rupee is going to get weakened because of more dollar inflows. That's another point. We've got hostile neighbors, and you can include US in that. I mean, you can call Trump whatever you want. You can call him impetuous. You can call him irrational. You can call him a maverick, whatever he wants. But he's the most powerful man by virtue of being the president of the most powerful country in the world, which has $30 trillion. I mean, where are we? We're 10 times less, and we haven't got any power.
Okay. All right. Okay. Rajat, respond.
I mean, I have no response to the opposition party. If they have a better plan to deal with Trump, please table it. I would be very happy from an intellectual standpoint to understand what does the India's principal opposition party have to say in terms of engaging with Mr. Donald Trump. We've seen how the Chinese attempted with dealing with Trump, and they saw officials walking off middle of the conversations. This is going to go on. I don't see this having material impact on trade because it is universal in nature. The base rate of 15% is true for every country. So all countries have to face that. Some of the critical items like pharmaceuticals and bunch of other things were anyway even previously left out of the scope of the tariffs, and it will continue that way. And I believe, Trump has issued those letters, and he had to, before the 1st of August deadline, he has to issue these letters. And every country in a round-robin manner will get those letters from President Trump. So we should just relax. Nothing, the heavens are not going to fall. If at all things happen, it is going to increase the prices of these goods and services for the audience or for the citizens of US. They need to worry about it. Trump is answerable to them. Let them figure it out.
Okay.
It is going to play out all the $300 billion that Trump has been able to raise through tariffs. Where has it come from? Of course, not from India and China. It has come out as a sort of a taxation on the people of US. So let's not jump with anxieties from stretching from one extreme to the other extreme. To have a more sort of a longish view, India-US relationships is not going to change with one president coming in or going. It is a larger sort of a relationship between two very, very big countries, and look at the long arc, not at small events that happen.
Ambassador Puri, we aren't talking about the real sting in what Trump said. It's not the 25%. It's actually India's continued import of oil. India has said repeatedly that, look, this has to continue. It's our energy security. We are a large country, etc., etc. The foreign minister has said it ad nauseum around the world and in America as well. If Trump now challenges that, then this goes beyond a trade discussion. It is something which, at one level, sort of challenges the relationship. I won't say threatens, but I do believe it challenges the relationship.
Vishnu, you are absolutely right. And Vishnu, please pardon me. I am not a member of the government anymore. I'm a retired former Foreign Service officer. I don't want to answer our friend from the Congress party. I think he should know better as to, who started this bettering the relationship. Let me make one little point to you. We talk a lot about strategic autonomy, but we must start believing in it also. So let me leave it. I think I've said what I had to say on this business of relationship with the United States. You are right. Look, we are a very
I'm not
large
going to let you
economy.
go so easily. If you say we must maintain our autonomy, does that mean that we need to tell America directly, we will continue importing oil,
this
you
relationship
deal with
the
it?
This United States relationship is an interesting one as it has evolved over, let me say, the last 20 odd years. We now no longer use non-alignment. We speak of multi-alignment, all very well. We are a member of the Quad. We've had these relationships going with them for a long time, etc. All very well. We have this issue of China, a very major player. If we had been in Latin America, things would have been very different, but we are not. We have a border relationship there is a contestation, there is an issue on all of this particular thing. We know all these things. So it's a relationship which, needs to take into account all of this. Mr. Trump comes in there and, has a, let me say, much more nationalist, their own sort of oriented thing. And possibly, if I'm willing to say, he says friends are fine, but, it's my benefits is what I'm looking for. Okay. Friendship alone is not sufficient. So given this particular thing, let me make this point to you on this point that you mentioned about oil imports, etc. Look, we have to be mindful. We need oil imports. About 80% of our oil requirements are met from imports. It won't be an easy thing to do other things. I'm sure we are looking at alternatives, ramping up domestic production. We're looking at all of these. But, strategic autonomy also means sometimes you have to actually play the game.
Okay, sometimes you need to play the game. Okay. Anshul and Rajat, we've got 1 minute each for both of you. Anshul, Avijit, go ahead. Let me phrase that as a question. The India-US strategic relationship was really built up by Dr. Manmohan Singh. The nuclear agreement between the two sides, it was then built on by the NDA. We got into decades of negotiations with in terms of the foundational agreements, lots of disagreements, then we finally agreed. So do we not need to give America a longer rope? Trump is here today, he won't be here in a few years. Is that something that the Congress should look at?
No, we were expecting America to give us a longer rope to neutralize China. That was the expectation out there. That hasn't worked out because, you've entertained General Asif Munir in the White House. There are loans being given which can be easily funneled for terrorism. You haven't prevented it doing anything. So it's really the other way around. And as far as Mr. Trump is concerned, well, he's not a difficult person. He's a difficult person to understand. But it's never America first for him because enough critics in America themselves have critiqued him for the very tariffs which will harm American interests. Okay. But nonetheless, that is not the point. China will get away with this. What China does is depreciates. It actually improves its imports after severe tariffs are imposed. India will just, we've lost our sovereignty. And by the way, that we don't know if these tariffs include the baseline 10% or not.
No, they don't. That is supposed to be over and above. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Rajat, over and above. And the
Rajat, 45 seconds. Go ahead.
How much is that going to be?
Anshul, out of time. That's the only reason Rajat, 45 seconds. I'm being unfair to you, Rajat.
That's fine. I still don't agree that we have lost our sovereignty. That is too tall a claim to make. And we should therefore, not worry about the immediacy around it. There is a media spectacle that President Trump wants out of the 1st of August. It is all the buildup that he wants. And after a few couple of months, when the real fine details will be negotiated out, and we are in no hurry. And this is what has been clear even from the press release of the government of India, that we are in no hurry. We will protect our interest and we will keep negotiating. Okay. Where is the negotiating window of opportunity ended? It hasn't ended. It will carry on. Okay. And let's not worry about the 1st August deadline and look at what is going to happen over the next couple of months.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. I thought it's important to bring in an America perspective over here. I spoke to one of America's senior diplomats who's really built the relationship with India, Atul Keshap. Here's what he told me a little while back. I'm joined now by somebody who's really driven that diplomatic and economic partnership between India and the United States for years. Ambassador Atul Keshap, thanks very much, sir, for being with us. In just the last 5 minutes or so, Ambassador, there's been a statement from the government of India. The upshot of it is that, and I quote, "The government will take all steps necessary to secure our national interest, as has been the case with other trade agreements, including the latest comprehensive economic and trade agreement with the UK." And they say earlier on in that same statement, the government has taken note of the statement by the US President. "We are studying the implications. India and the US have been engaged in negotiations on concluding a fair, balanced and mutually beneficial bilateral trade agreement." This being the case, was President Trump's announcement entirely unexpected for you?
Well, Vishnu, thanks for having me on. I think just hearing that Indian government statement, it sounds very reasonable and measured, and is entirely in keeping with a country that does some careful thinking before it acts. So let's see where this goes from here. But from my perspective and that of the business community, And I'm speaking to you from Los Angeles, where we just had our US-IBC 50th anniversary summit here. We need to see this deal done. It is an important psychological signal of confidence in both directions. It reinforces the strategic, economic, and technological convergence between the United States and India. In the absence of a deal, especially if, as you said, the EU, Japan, Vietnam, Indonesia, and others have deals, then it starts to create some uncertainty in the U.S.-India relationship. So my suggestion would be, respectfully, that this is a time where both governments have done some very careful negotiating. There's been some very important concessions made by both sides. Clearly, there's some impatience because it's been about a month, as far as we've heard, since the deal was essentially concluded by the negotiators, and it hasn't yet been struck. And so from the business community perspective, we would wish that it be struck. And so if the leaders can pick up the phone and talk to each other, work through this, come to an agreement that helps enhance India's competitiveness, its access to the gigantic American market, that would be good. So I'm hoping that we can get it done. And we're at the goalposts now, the finishing line, whatever you want to call it. And there's been a little bit of public negotiating happening, but that means that we are at the point where it needs to get closed off.
I think the bigger concern beyond the deal is the reference to India's continued import of Russian energy. Now, that's something where the government of India doesn't want to bend at all. They've made it very clear. You've seen the foreign minister travel all over the world. We have a huge population, massive energy requirements. Is that a deal breaker?
Well, India has been a prime mover and first mover on these trade negotiations. It was first in line in many ways. The Prime Minister was a very early visitor to the White House. There was that wonderful joint statement that came out that reflected all of our fantastic work together. And I would note on this the great things we do, like the Nisar launch and the Axiom launch and so much else. So what's happening in this negotiation is that there is, I think, a clear desire by the White House that there be more Indian energy purchases of U.S. hydrocarbons and U.S. molecules. Other countries have taken a different tactic where they have come out with announcements before the deals were even struck about the things that they would be purchasing from the United States. This was mentioned in conversations over the months since the election about the possibility of buying more American defense articles, more American energy, more American agricultural goods. So that, in the absence of those announcements, I think what you're getting is this. But this is now a point where India can decide how it wishes to react. And India is a sovereign nation. It will do whatever is in its best interests. But there's an opportunity here for India to remain part of the system that shapes the global norms on trade. India is an important country. It's a growing country. It has greater and greater influence. The business community remains very interested in India. So the opportunity exists for India not only to preserve its access to the American market for pharma, for textiles, for agriculture, for jewelry, for engineering goods, and so much else, but also to enhance its status as a rule maker in these trade deals and not just a taker.
No, but Ambassador Keshav, in as much as many want that US-India economic relationship to really prosper, I do believe it's the mention of India's import of Russian weaponry and certainly the continued import of Russian energy, which would attract additional tariffs, which could potentially be some sort of deal breaker. And even if it's not a deal breaker in the context of a trade agreement, it does appear to take put the relationship under an element of strain, because this is something that India is not willing to give up on, our autonomy. And Foreign Minister Jaishankar has repeatedly said that there are double standards in the West. For example, he's spoken about double standards in Europe on their partial dependence on Russian energy as well. Be that as it may, India will always seek to continue with that. Now, if America, as arguably our closest strategic partner, says, you do that and we put tariffs on you over and above the other tariffs, then does that not put strain on that relationship which you have worked, among others, to really push?
Well, look, we're in different times. The president has shown his frustration with Vladimir Putin. The president tried rather forcefully to arrange a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. That failed largely because of Russian recalcitrance. And look, I get the need to keep the lights on and to keep the energy and the economy flowing everywhere around the world. That is something that a country like India absolutely needs to do, given that it has a very large population. But with regard to the Europeans, they have been stepping up. They have been giving weapons to Ukraine. They have been giving political support, financial support. They have been trying their best to see that Russia does not essentially conquer or annex an independent member state of the United Nations. And so I think what's happening here is you're seeing some of the frustration in the American system about the war continuing, many, many thousands of civilians being killed unnecessarily, the president having tried very hard. Now, look, I don't speak for the U.S. government or for the White House, but I do think that there has to be an understanding of rising frustration in the United States, and I think that's what you're seeing coming out of the White House now. And so I go back to where I really spend my professional career. Can we, in the midst of all of this geostrategic tension and churn, strengthen the U.S.-India relationship? You know, the U.S. and India face the same challenges, the same great power competition. In fact, some of the same adversaries. And we're better off together than we are apart, especially if there becomes a real crisis in Asia in that great power competition. And this is where I would urge both governments to think long-term about the long-term standing of the U.S. and India as part of the Quad in the Indo-Pacific, what it would mean to come to a reasonable trade deal that has been well negotiated by both sides, professional negotiators in India and America. I think now is the time for the two leaders to speak to each other, pick up the phone, close the deal, cement further our strategic convergence, economic convergence, technological convergence, lest things get worse. And I think, we've got to act.
No, absolutely, because to not act after all this work has been done would be disappointing. Already reactions from Indian industry are along expected lines. They're very disappointed. The Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry says, and I quote, FICCI disappointed by 25% tariff, secondary sanctions. The move is unfortunate, will have a clear bearing on our export. We hope high tariffs will be a short-term phenomena. Detailed deliberations are underway, etc., etc. But, that's one major Indian, business sort of chapter. We are expecting a statement from the Confederation of Indian Industry as well. So many Indian sectors of the Indian economy are badly exposed now if there are tariffs. Pharma, for example, so many Indian companies, just off the top of my head. If the two leaders don't get on the phone and sort this out, I just don't know what to say, Ambassador Keshav. I'm at a loss of words. 2 weeks back, we were discussing whether this would be a mini deal leading up to a massive deal, or it would be a massive deal, and maybe that's what both nations need to do. And here we are, several steps back.
So the deal, as far as I know, has been essentially complete for about a month. And for some reason, there hasn't been closure. This is a time to act because things are getting more and more turbulent in world affairs. The president, you can see, is a consistent peacemaker in the sense that he always wants to try to resolve conflicts. Look at what happened in Thailand and Cambodia, Russia, Ukraine. Look at his overtures to China to try to reduce tensions between the United States and China. This is where, as someone who runs a large trade council with 200 of the largest companies in India and America, we would want Washington and Delhi to cement their bilateral relationship and their relationship within the context of the Quad by actually concluding this agreement. It is, as you said, dangerous if we do not. India risks being left behind. The U.S. market is a $30 trillion market. Our economy is growing at 3%, which is, sprinting by developed world standards. Our technology, our FDI, our know-how, our capability remains as strong as ever. And, we want to grow the trade relationship between the United States and India. $200 billion a year is underpowered. So this deal sends a powerful psychological message of positivity that gives business confidence to invest in each other's countries. In the absence of a deal, it also sends a very negative psychological message. And I wouldn't want to be a jewelry exporter in Surat if I had to deal with these tariffs and have to deal with adding that to my exports to the United States. Jewelry, agriculture, farming, textiles. There's so many areas where it can be damaging. And so I think it's time, for the leaders to talk, if I can respectfully say that, and try to get this thing locked down. And then we go on to other stuff.
Sure.
Because Vishnu, we've had so many strategic agreements between the United States and India. Intelligence, law enforcement, technological, space, diplomatic, military. We have barely any economic agreements. We have an open skies treaty that has served us well. And here's my bottom line. Anything that opens up access in both directions is good for America and good for India.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
आप एक गुंडे के हेल से बिहेव कर रहे हो सर। मेरी आप तो एक मेरा गायकवाड़ is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And
hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I am Osama Shah. Here's a fact. India is furious, and it is all to do with cricket. It is all to do with the possibility of India and Pakistan facing each other in the upcoming Asia Cup. The mere thought of facing Pakistan in the Asia Cup has ignited a storm. For all of us, you and I, cricket isn't just sport. It's like a battle. It's like a war in jerseys. And you don't play friendly with a country that fuels terror. Remember, this is the same Pakistan we hit in Operation Sindoor, the same Pakistan that mocked us and mocked our soldiers, paraded Shahid Afridi in fake victory, and it also profits of Indian viewership while breeding violence. Asaduddin Owaisi, the member of the parliament, he spoke in the parliament and he in fact nailed it. If blood and water can't flow together, why should cricket? Many say, let them have the walkover. Let the world see that India will not legitimize a terror state. The humiliation is going to be enough as a message. But this isn't about sports. It's about standing for something. And the BCCI has that power. The question is, does it have the spine? This isn't politics. It is terror. And playing on is, in a way, surrender. Now, having said that, there are many reasons as to why many experts are saying that India can't just go and say no. Some argue that adhering to the Olympic Charter's principles might be beneficial for India's bid to host the 2036 Olympics. However, this shouldn't directly impact the Asia Cup decision since it is not an Olympic event. But what are these reasons that we are talking about? Number one is ACC and full member obligations. Remember, India is one of the 5 members of the Asian Cricket Council, along with Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. Full members, they are contractually obligated to participate in ACC events unless they are formally withdrawing. The ACC explicitly defines the Men's Asia Cup tournament to include automatic participation by full member teams, which places a binding on India to be a part of it. Number 2 is the hosting rights and responsibilities. Now, India holds the official hosting rights for the 2025 Asia Cup as per the ACC's invitation. Now, even if matches are shifted to neutral venues, in this particular case, it has been shifted to UAE due to political tensions, India still remains the formal host and hence it is expected to supply administrative as well as cricketing input. Number 3 is the broadcast and financial commitments. Remember, Sony Pictures Network India, it holds the broadcast rights worth approximately $170 million under an 8-year deal from 2024 onward. Another point is ACC revenue sharing model. It gives each full members 15% of broadcast revenue, with India withdrawing. That contract and all those contracts would need renegotiating, destabilizing ACC's financial model and hurting other board members' revenues as well. So a lot of responsibility hence falls on India in that particular sense. Number 4 is the precedents and geopolitical constraints. Remember, in 2023 and again in 2025, during the Champions Trophy, India refused to travel to Pakistan. Instead, a hybrid or neutral venue model was adopted, with India playing elsewhere, in this particular case, UAE. Now, similar arrangements are expected for Asia Cup if India does participate. Like I said, those matches will be taking place in UAE at the moment. Now, the Indian government's position and advice are decisive in these particular decisions, because BCCI has indicated that its stance will follow the government council. Now, another important part is the political leadership in ACC. The ACC is currently chaired by Mohsin Naqvi, the Pakistan's interior minister. He's also the head of the Pakistan Cricket Board. The BCCI, in fact, reportedly conveyed its withdrawal verbally to ACC, but a unilateral exit may provoke legal and governance disputes with ACC structures as well. There have, in fact, we'll come back and speak to the former India cricketer, the legend himself, Mr. Syed Kirmani, and get his thoughts around what it means for an India-Pakistan match to happen and what are the repercussions if it doesn't. But all of that after the break.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gain started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results. Still, the message is clear: walking more, especially up to 7,000 steps a day, can significantly improve overall health.
कर रहे हो सर?
मेरी
आप तो एक Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos